to the first DVD in the Convict Conditioning series. This first DVD will focus on the classic bodyweight movement for upper body pressing power, the push-up. The Convict Conditioning system represents the most powerful, efficient distillation of the best hardcore prison bodyweight training methods ever to exist. Many of these older, very potent solitary training systems are on the verge of dying out behind bars as American prisoners begin to gain access to weight gyms and modern bodybuilding thinking floods into the prisons. That's why we chose to shoot these groundbreaking DVDs at Alcatraz. Back in the day, The Rock was the biggest, baddest jailhouse there was. It seemed like the right place to show you the most powerful prison training techniques there are. In this system, no matter what kind of movement we're working on, we focus on a chain of 10 progressive exercises. When you master one exercise, you move on to the next, and so on. Because the later exercises build on the earlier ones, they are sometimes called the 10 steps. When you reach the 10th exercise, you will be just about as strong as it's possible for a human being to be in that movement. For this reason, the 10th exercise in any chain is called the master step. How all this works will be crystal clear if you picked up a copy of the Convict Conditioning Bodyweight Manual. Let's start with the basics. We'll take a look at some of the elements of form you should be looking out for when you do your own push-ups. One of the most important elements of a good push-up is that the body should be aligned. Legs, waist, and shoulders should form a straight line. Often when you see guys doing push-ups, their hips sag or their butt moves up and down during the exercise. This is bad form, and it's entirely due to weak waist muscles, which lack the strength to lock the body into place. Allowing your body to sag places your lower back at risk. It also encourages relaxed abs, and relaxing your abs will make your midsection weaker, not stronger. You should start your push-ups with your torso and legs aligned, and they should stay aligned throughout the set until you complete your final rep. If you work through the step we'll show you, your core muscles will have gradually strengthened as much as they need to, possibly without your realizing it. Body weight work is efficient because it tends to work the entire muscular system as an integrated unit, as nature intended. Push-ups are no exception. When you do push-ups, you get a fantastic core and waist workout automatically and for free. Keeping aligned works not only the core, but the legs and the deep muscles of the trunk. So set yourself in concrete. Another tip that tends to facilitate good spinal and hip positioning during push-ups is to look straight ahead of yourself or slightly up. But this isn't absolutely necessary. Take a look at the lower body posture. You'll notice that his feet and legs are together. This is crucial. You might think, what's the big deal about the legs being together? And indeed, it's pretty easy to keep the legs close when you do two-arm push-ups. But when you do one-arm variations, keeping the legs together is incredibly hard. It stops you from twisting and using partial movements with your arms wide out. With the feet close, you can't twist or you fall over. For this reason, keeping the legs together is a fundamental habit to pick up and stick to early on. It's why all prison push-ups focus on having the legs very close. When you do push-ups, even from day one, keep your legs together. We've looked at the legs. Now let's consider the hands. As to hand placement, some guys like to do their push-ups on their knuckles, like a boxer. This really isn't necessary, but is acceptable if you have a wrist injury and doing push-ups off your palms is painful. Some people also do strange things like push-ups off the back of their wrists. Avoid anything like this. Palms down is the classical way to do push-ups. It's how soldiers and sportsmen have done push-ups for thousands of years, and it's still the best way. Also avoid those push-up handles you can buy. Guys who regularly do bench presses and military presses with bars are inevitably plagued by elbow and forearm injuries. This is due to the pressing action while gripping. Pressing off a flat palm is far more natural and allows forces to be distributed through the forearm in a much healthier way. When you push, try to spread your weight through the entire hand, not just the palm heel, but the fingers and thumb too. This will strengthen the tendons of your hands. Strong hands and fingers are a crucial element of functional strength. You'll see that at the top of the push-up, the arms are straight. We often talk about locking the arms at the top of a push-up, but this is not quite right. You should avoid fully locking your elbows at the top to steer clear of hyperextending the joint or irritating delicate soft tissues in between the joints, such as bursae. Instead of fully locking at the top of a push-up, just keep your elbows a little way off fully extended under weight. This may only be a fraction of an inch, but once you have some experience with push-ups, you'll understand what I mean. Not fully extending the elbows is sometimes called keeping your arms soft. This subtle difference may not even be discernible to the casual observer, but it's a definite skill you should seek to cultivate throughout all your push-up training, no matter what particular step you are working with. Okay, we've examined the top position. Now let's take a look at the bottom position of a push-up. When you get to the bottom of a push-up, no matter what step you're on, never just allow your body weight to crash to the ground. Always support your body weight at the bottom, no matter what kind of depth you're working with. Because the muscles are under tension in this position, it's good to pause at the bottom of push-up movements. If you are using pauses, it's much more productive to pause at the bottom while the muscles are under tension than at the top where your arms are nearly straight and the leverage makes things easy. Of course, this is easier said than done, and if you are working near your limit, you might need that breather at the top. If you need it to keep on going, take it. In some push-up exercises we'll discuss later, you might wish to measure your depth using objects like a baseball or a basketball underneath your torso, like this. If you use a ball, remember it's just a tool to determine the correct depth for full push-ups. That's all. It's not a platform. Don't collapse onto it or bounce off it. You still need to fully control your body weight in the bottom position if you want to build muscle. The Convict Conditioning Manual describes the kiss the baby technique. Only touch the baseball onto your chest with as much pressure as you would use to kiss a newborn baby on the forehead. Just touch it. Any more pressure and you've lost control. Okay, that's some thoughts on the static elements of form, the posture and top and bottom points. Now let's take a look at some motive, moving points. When observers look at push-ups, they tend to look at hand position, depth, or speed. But there's actually more fundamental stuff going on that we miss. So for a change, I want you to check out the elbow position. Okay, let's see some push-ups. You'll notice that as he presses, his elbows are pretty tight. They're quite close to his lats. This is the strongest position for all pressing, whether it's bodyweight push-ups or bench presses. It's the strongest position because it's the most authentic, most natural angle for the path of your arms. Keeping your elbows pretty tight allows your lats to fire isometrically during push-ups, so they can act as stabilizers to the movement. Many people think push-ups only work the chest muscles in the torso, but when performed like this, they also give the lats a hell of a workout. If you brace yourself properly during push-ups, you'll feel your lats powerfully firing. This is the best way to do your push-ups. These days, you increasingly see guys doing push-ups with wide hand spacing, way beyond the line of the shoulders. This is done in a misguided attempt to keep the elbows forced out. The trend to keep your elbows wide during push-ups is really a bodybuilding thing, intended to artificially isolate the pectorals. Using a wide hand position to work the pecs is another mistake. Your pecs are very strong. They're already the strong link in the push-up movement. Your strength in pressing isn't limited by your chest, but by your shoulders and triceps. Trying to artificially shift more emphasis onto your pecs will only increase this differential. It can decondition your overall pressing strength and also irritate your joints. You should never press anything, whether your body weight or a bar, with the hands and elbows deliberately splayed out. It's misguided. Avoid weird angles. You don't need to do push-ups with your hands wide, and whenever you press, allow your arms to move as nature intended. The phrase power breathing means a lot of different things to different people. Let's keep it simple. In bodyweight terms, power breathing means synchronizing your breathing with your body movement to maximize your strength and stamina output. Generally speaking, this means inhaling as you perform the negative phase of a movement and exhaling as you perform the positive. Breathe in on the way down, breathe out on the way up. Taking in air before you put out effort helps you gather psychological impetus. Exhaling as you put out effort helps you to focus and increases your strength. As far as push-ups and pressing goes, having a chest full of air before you push sets your rib cage and clavicles and acts like a pneumatic cushion, giving you up to 10% more pushing power. Remember this during those last struggling reps of a set of push-ups. Air is your friend. Let's see this work in motion. If you need to take extra breaths, just do it. Some guys hiss, some grunt, some don't. It doesn't really matter. Find out what works for you. Don't get too hung up on strange breathing habits or techniques. If a way of breathing seems wrong, it probably is. Whenever you do push-ups, try to avoid momentum. If momentum is doing the work, it means your muscles are not. Smooth, lower reps will help you eliminate momentum from your exercises. 2 seconds down and 2 up with a pause at the bottom is a great rule of thumb. It strengthens the joints, increases intensity, and really turns up the heat on your muscles. Let's see what this kind of pace actually looks like. I advise everyone to try to keep this kind of smooth, slow pace for at least the first 3 steps of each series. If you've got the stones, try to keep the smooth movements for steps 4 through 6 also. But reality check. The harder your exercises become, the less easy this kind of focused pace is. You'll find a little more aggression, speed, and thrust creeping into your exercises. Nobody ever did a one-arm handstand push-up in super slow motion. So easing up and going a little faster as you progress is not always a bad thing. Just be prudent and apply body wisdom. If you are strong enough to use smooth reps, do so. At some point in your training, you might want to add explosive movements like plyometric clapping push-ups. We'll show you some of these later in the DVD. That's fine for training variety and a nice change of pace, but make sure the bulk of your strength is built using great control. Control is a key principle in all bodyweight arts, whether it's prison calisthenics or traditional gymnastics. Strength is your base, and it should be synonymous with control in your mind. Strength is control. This final commandment is not a matter of technical execution, it relates to your training approach. In convict conditioning, athletes tend to work from bilateral exercises, moving the body with two limbs, to asymmetrical exercises where one limb gets more work than the other. When the trainee becomes very strong, they ultimately start training using unilateral exercises where they lift the entire body using only one limb. A lot of athletes tend to favor their strongest side when they use unsymmetrical or unilateral movements. Their instincts tell them to do more work with their stronger arm because that's just easier. If you ask guys to do one-arm push-ups, most of them will immediately try with their right hand because it's strongest. They set their PRs using the right hand. It's an ego thing. Avoid this temptation. If you give in to working your strongest side hardest, you'll increase any strength disparities inherent in your system. Your strongest arm will get much stronger and your weaker side won't be able to keep up. This is a bad thing. Remember that a system, whether a chain, a complex piece of engineering, or the human muscular system, is only as strong as its weakest link. Fortunately, there is an easy technique called symmetrical capping you can use to make sure your strength begins to become balanced. On all uneven or unilateral exercises, always start your workout with your weakest arm. Note the number of reps you do with that arm. Then, when you switch to doing the same exercise with your stronger arm, perform the same amount of reps but no more. Never do any more reps with your strongest arm than you can do with your weakest. Resist the temptation to do more work on your strongest side. If you train this way, eventually your weakest side will begin to catch up and you'll iron out any strength imbalances. Symmetrical capping is a great approach you can use for pretty much any exercise to work through any weak areas in your body. We begin at the very beginning with the first step of push-up series, wall push-ups. This is a movement that pretty much anybody should be able to do. This exercise will pump large volumes of nutritious blood through your soft tissues and muscles, and it also improves joint mobility and health. So it's a fantastic rehab exercise if you're coming into calisthenics with pain, stiffness, or old injuries in your shoulders, elbows, and wrists. If you're going to take your push-ups seriously, this is the perfect place to start. Basic posture. Approach a solid wall. Stand about 2 to 3 foot lengths from the wall. Place your hands flat against the wall with your arms straight but soft. Your hands should be at about chest level and shoulder width apart. Keep your body braced and your spine and hips in alignment. Negative. Smoothly bend at the arms and shoulders. Inhale as your arms bend. Gently touch or come close to the wall with your face or forehead. Control your motion at the bottom so you don't hit your mouth or face. Positive. Press through the palms until your arms are straight again. Exhale as you push back. Keep your body in a straight line and allow your elbows to move naturally. Once your arms are straight again, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, wall push-ups. If the exercise feels too difficult with your feet about 3 foot lengths from the wall, bring your feet closer to the wall and gradually edge them out from workout to workout. Progression levels. Wall push-ups. Begin this exercise with one set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 25, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 25, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 50 before moving to step 2. Step 2. Incline push-ups. Once you can do push-ups quite close to the vertical plane, the most progressive way to make things harder is to move your body at more of a diagonal angle towards the ground. This is what incline push-ups are all about. Once you've dedicated some training time to wall push-ups, and your joints and muscle cells have some fitness and your basic pushing technique is dialed in, it's time to add a little more gravity into the mix. Basic posture. Find a sturdy, solid base which comes up to about hip height. Place both hands firmly on the object in front of you at about shoulder width. Keep your arms straight but soft. Move your legs back until they are out straight. Set yourself on your toes, brace your legs and core, and align your body. Negative. Smoothly bend at the arms and shoulders under control. Don't just drop. Inhale as your arms bend. Continue until your chest gently makes contact with the object. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Positive. Press through the palms until your arms are straight again. Exhale as you push back. Always keep your body in a straight line and allow your elbows to move naturally. Once your arms are straight again, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, incline push-ups. If the exercise feels too difficult with an object half your height, start with a slightly higher pushing platform. As you get stronger, gradually seek out lower platforms to train on. Progression levels, incline push-ups. Begin this exercise with one set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 20, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 20, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 40 before moving to step 3. Step 3. Kneeling push-ups. Once you're strong enough to really ace incline push-ups for fairly high reps, it's time to take things a step further and move down to the floor for kneeling push-ups, a classic push-up variation you've probably seen done many times. This move is step 3 of the push-up series. If you are learning push-ups from scratch, which is a good idea for most athletes, this exercise is the first push-up movement performed prone, with your body on the ground. Because it's not as strenuous as the classic full push-up with the feet out, it's the perfect place to start learning great form. Basic posture. Start by kneeling on the floor. Place your palms flat on the floor at about shoulder width apart below your chest. Keep your arms straight. Lift your heels up so that your shins form a right angle from the floor and loop your ankles. Negative. Using your knees as a pivot point, smoothly bend at the shoulders and arms. Inhale as you descend. Stop when your chest is approximately 1 fist's distance from the ground. Pause in this position under tension. Positive. Press through the palms until your arms are straight again. Exhale as you push back. Always keep your hips and torso aligned throughout the movement. Allow your elbows to move naturally. Don't force them out to the sides. Once your arms are straight again, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, kneeling push-ups. If kneeling push-ups are too rough, press up with your hands on a slightly higher surface than your knees, such as a couple of bricks or a step. As you get stronger, return to the floor. Progression levels, kneeling push-ups. Begin this exercise with one set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 15, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 15, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 30 before moving to step 4. Step 4. Half push-ups. Step 4 of the convict conditioning push-up series is half push-ups. Many athletes launch straight into full push-ups half-assed. Maybe their form is weak or their joints aren't quite as strong as they should be. This is an excellent exercise to build training momentum before getting into regular full push-ups. If you've been doing push-ups a while but you find them tough, or your form is only so-so when it should be great, you really need to take a step back and go to work on half push-ups. Basic posture. Kneel on the floor with a basketball in front of you. Place your palms on the floor, arms straight. Your hands should be approximately shoulder width and below your upper chest. Move your legs back until they are out straight behind you. Keeping your legs together, position yourself so that the basketball is directly below your hips. Set yourself on your toes, brace your legs and core, and align your body. Negative. Smoothly bend at the arms and shoulders under control. Don't just drop. Inhale as you go down. Continue until your hips gently make contact with the basketball. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Positive. Press through the palms until your arms are straight again. Exhale as you push back. Keep your body in a straight line and allow your elbows to move naturally. Once your arms are straight again, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, half push-ups. If half push-ups are too rough, try quarter push-ups with the basketball under your knees. As you build your reps, roll the basketball forward a little each workout until it's under your hips. Progression levels, half push-ups. As you're getting stronger, the sets and reps will drop now. Begin this exercise with one set of 8 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 12 strict reps, add a second set of 8. Build up to 2 sets of 25 reps before moving on to step 5. Step 5. Full push-ups. The half push-up exercise will have conditioned your torso to stay aligned and braced properly in the push-up position. It will have conditioned your shoulders and wrists to the demands of push-ups. Now it's time to go deeper and perform full push-ups. Full push-ups require a greater bend of the shoulder and elbow, so it builds greater strength in the chest, shoulders, and triceps than the preceding steps. Let's see how it's done right. Basic posture. Kneel on the floor with a baseball or tennis ball in front of you. Place your palms on the floor, arms straight. Your hands should be approximately shoulder width and below your upper chest. Move your legs back until they are out straight behind you. Keeping your legs together, position yourself so that the baseball is directly below your sternum. Set yourself on your toes, brace your legs and core, and align your body. Negative. Smoothly bend at the arms and shoulders under full control. Inhale as you go down. Continue until your chest gently makes contact with the baseball. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Positive. Press through the palms until your arms are straight again. Exhale as you push back. Once your arms are straight again, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, full push-ups. If full push-ups still seem too difficult with perfect form, try doing your push-ups on a slight incline, perhaps off a bottom step. When you get stronger, return to a level surface. Progression levels, full push-ups. The reps are leveling off now to allow you to build greater strength. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 5 and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 reps before moving on to step 6. Step 6. Close push-ups. Once you have mastered classic full push-ups with 2 arms, it's time to specifically train your joints and tendons to get strong enough to take on the uneven work which is coming shortly. The best way to strengthen the wrist and elbows is by bringing the hands close during your push-ups. Mastering close push-ups will give you elbows of steel because the arms are forced to take more of the body's weight under much greater angles when you push with your hands together. So the next exercise for you to master is the close push-up. Basic posture. Start face down, place your palms flat on the floor with your thumbs or fingers touching. Your arms should be straight with your hands below your upper chest. Keeping them together, move your legs out straight behind you. Set yourself on your toes and keep your legs, hips, and torso in a straight line. Negative. Smoothly bend at the arms and shoulders under full control. Inhale as you go down. Continue until your chest gently touches the backs of your hands. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Positive. Press through the palms until your arms are straight again. Exhale as you push back. Allow your elbows to stay close to your torso throughout the exercise. Once your arms are straight again, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, close push-ups. If you struggle with the transition to close push-ups, continue with full push-ups and bring your hands in a little each time you train. This is an excellent way to achieve close push-ups. Progression levels, close push-ups. Begin your close push-ups training with 1 set of 5 strict reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 reps before moving on to step 7. Step 7. Uneven push-ups. So far, you've done your push-ups evenly with 2 arms. Exercises done this way involving both limbs evenly are called bilateral exercises. Bilateral bodyweight exercises are superb for building a great base of strength, conditioning, and joint integrity. But if you want to move on to unilateral work involving only 1 arm or leg, you need to spend some time working on special transitional exercises which gradually acclimatize your muscles, joints, and nervous system to 1 limb work. Uneven push-ups are a great example of this kind of a transitional exercise. They still involve both limbs, but now 1 limb is going to be doing more work than the other. Okay, let's go. Basic posture. Kneel on the floor with a basketball in front of you. Place one palm on the floor, one securely on the basketball. Your ball arm will have to be bent a little, but your other arm should be out straight. Move your legs back into the push-up position. Both your hands should be directly below your shoulders. Once you've found your balance, try to spread your body weight evenly through both palms. Negative. Smoothly bend at the arms and shoulders under full control. Continue until your chest gently touches the top of your ball hand. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Positive. Press through both palms until you're in the top position again. Allow your elbows to move naturally throughout the exercise. Once you get back to the top position, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, uneven push-ups. Many athletes struggle with the balance demands of the uneven push-up. If this is you, put the ball to one side and begin by using stable objects like books or bricks until you adapt. Begin your uneven push-ups training with one set of 5 strict reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 reps before moving on to step 8, half one-arm push-ups. Step 8, half one-arm push-ups. Once you've milked uneven push-ups for all they have to offer you, it's time to take a big move forwards in your training and start the completely unilateral one-arm work. You're ready to start doing your push-ups on one arm only. This is a big step and a real achievement, but it's probably unrealistic for most people to begin doing full one-arm push-ups at this stage. The bottom position is just too hard. That's why it's a great idea to work into full one-arm push-ups through this next step, step 8, half one-arm push-ups. Basic posture. Kneel on the floor with a basketball in front of you. Place your palms on the floor, arms straight. Your hands should be slightly closer than for regular push-ups, directly below your outer chest instead of your shoulders. Move your legs back until they are out straight behind you and the basketball is directly below your hips. Shift your body weight until it's mostly going through one hand, then place the other hand in the small of your back. Brace your body so that it stays in a straight line and doesn't twist to the side. Negative. Smoothly bend your working arm under control. Continue until your hips gently make contact with the basketball. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Positive. Press through the palm until your arm is straight again. Keep your body in a straight line and allow your elbow to move naturally. Once your arm is straight again, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps for the half one-arm push-up are the same as for the 2-arm half push-up. If you find it too tough, begin with the ball below your knees and roll it up as you get stronger. Progression levels. Half one-arm push-ups. Begin your half one-arm push-up training with one set of 5 strict reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 reps before moving on to step 9, lever push-ups. Step 9, lever push-ups. Once you're comfortable with half one-arm push-ups, it means that your muscles and tendons already possess the strength to execute the top half of the one-arm push-up. That's taken care of. So before moving to full one-arm push-ups, it makes some sense for a bodyweight athlete to take some time working on a technique which will help build strength in the much harder bottom half of the one-arm push-up, the half where you're closest to the ground. That's the whole purpose behind Step 9, lever push-ups. Basic posture. Kneel on the floor with a basketball diagonally out beside you. Get into the classic push-up position, legs together, body and arms straight. Your hand should be slightly closer than for regular push-ups, directly below your outer chest instead of your shoulders. Shift your body weight until it's mostly going through one hand, then place the other palm securely on the basketball. The basketball should be directly out to your side and as far away as you can reach while keeping both arms straight and your palm flat over the ball. Negative. Smoothly bend your working arm under control. As you descend, your ball arm will move further out to the side as the basketball rolls underneath it. Continue until your chest is around a fist's distance from the ground. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Positive. Press through the floor with your palm and down through the ball using your hand and wrist. Continue until you have pushed yourself back to the starting position. Once your working arm is straight again, repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, lever push-ups. To make this exercise easier, just bend the elbow of the arm on the basketball, bringing the ball closer to your body. Over time, move the basketball out until your arm is totally straight. Progression levels, lever push-ups. Begin your training in this exercise with 1 set of 5 strict reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 reps before moving on to Step 10, full one-arm push-ups. Step 10, Master Step, one-arm push-ups. So here we are, the one-arm push-up. The special form of push-up we're about to show you is very old, but is rarely seen in modern gyms. It's sometimes called the prison push-up because it's based on the kind of one-arm push-ups often found in jails and used by prison athletes up and down the land. You might see many athletes who can perform the conventional one-arm push-up with the feet splayed out, but the prison push-up is much, much harder because the legs and feet must be kept together. Most people don't realize just how difficult this technique is. Whereas 1 in 50 athletes can perform a conventional one-arm push-up correctly, less than 1 in 10,000 really own the prison-style one-arm push-up with the feet together. So don't expect to master the one-arm prison push-up after just a few weeks. This move, like all the master steps, deserves maximum respect. It is an elite-level strength feat. Put in the time, the effort, be disciplined, and look after your body, and you'll get there where others fail. Basic posture. Get into the classic push-up position, body aligned and arms straight. Your feet and legs must be close together. Shift your body weight until it's mostly going through one hand, then place the other hand in the small of your back. Brace your body so that it stays in a straight line and doesn't twist to the side. Negative. Smoothly bend your arm under full control. Inhale as you go down. Continue until your chest is around a fist's distance from the ground. Positive. Press hard through the palm and fingers. Your body may bend to the side, but it should not twist towards the ground. Exhale as you push back. Once your arm is straight again, repeat the exercise. For ease of reference, let's take a look at the 10 steps of the push-up series all together. Step 1. Wall push-ups. Build to 3 sets of 50, then begin Step 2. Incline push-ups. Build to 3 sets of 40, then move to Step 3. Kneeling push-ups. Build to 3 sets of 30, then begin Step 4. Half push-ups. Build to 2 sets of 25, then move to Step 5. Full push-ups. Build to 2 sets of 20, then begin Step 6. Close push-ups. Build to 2 sets of 20, then start Step 7. Uneven push-ups. Build to 2 sets of 20, then move to Step 8. Half one-arm push-ups. Build to 2 sets of 20, then go to Step 9, lever push-ups. Build to 2 sets of 20, then finally advance to Step 10. You've reached the master step, one-arm push-ups. Cell 3, the variance. Okay, now we've shown you the basic 10 movements of the push-up series. Remember that these basic 10 can be broken up into dozens more exercises by using very slight technical variations, changes in hand position, elbow angle, and so on. We discuss these changes in the hidden step sections following each exercise. But as well as these basic 10, there are other types of technique, push-up movements, or exercises which work similar muscle groups, which it's helpful to have inside your training toolkit. For example, most of the convict conditioning exercises are performed with a slower, smoother cadence, because this builds superior strength and muscle, and also protects the joints and soft tissues over the long term. But in reality, we don't always move in a very regulated, smooth way. We might have to accelerate quickly for sport or in combat, or at the opposite end of the spectrum, we might have to hold a position statically under tension for a time. For this reason, we've included at least one explosive variant and one isometric hold variation for every movement type in these DVDs. This is true for push-ups, squats, and all the other movements. You don't necessarily have to perform any of these variant exercises, but you might want to add one to your routine for variety, or to help you with your sport or fighting art, or just to explore for fun when you get burnt out on a particular movement. The human body is a hugely complex machine, and there are lots of excellent or useful variant exercises in calisthenics. Some of those included here are discussed in the Convict Conditioning Manual, some will be new. Let's take a look at some of the push-up variants. Dive bomber push-ups. Dive bomber push-ups are a great variant often used by the military. They combine strength, control, as well as flexibility, a great combo for any exercise. Start in the push-up position but with your feet wide. Bend your arms and dip your head as if you were diving under an imaginary wire. Then push your arms straight while keeping your hips close to the floor. From there, you reverse the movement, bending your arms and going back under the wire a second time to the starting position. Don't forget to go back under the wire. If you keep your arms straight and just push your butt back to the starting position, you're not doing a dive bomber push-up, you're doing a Hindu push-up. Training ideas. Dive bomber push-ups aren't really harder than regular push-ups, but they do involve the entire body. You can train them any time in your workout, but it's tough to be progressive beyond just improving form or adding reps. Because of this, they work well as a finishing movement at the end of a regular push-up workout. Elbow lever. One static exercise which works similar muscles to the push-up is the elbow lever. This is a very traditional bodyweight hold, which requires great arm and shoulder strength as well as good core and lower back strength to hold your body ramrod straight without support. This exercise can be considered a variant of the push-up because your body is in a similar position, but your elbows are anchored into your torso and your legs are straight out behind you in midair. To try this hold, just get on the ground, place your hands on the floor with your arms bent. Rest your ribs on your elbows as a kind of pivot and lean forwards as you straighten your legs out behind you. In some prisons, it's called the plank, although this usually refers to the straight arm version on the outside. Training ideas. Some of this exercise is balance, some is strength. It makes for an interesting trick which is fairly easy to learn when you have become quite strong in your push-ups. If you find the elbow lever quite easy on the floor, you can try it with your hands on a raised platform, like two arms of a chair. This requires greater control and therefore greater strength. There are even harder versions you can explore, such as the planche, which is like an elbow lever but with straight arms. But this requires as much great balance as great strength and belongs more to the realm of gymnastics than pure bodyweight strength training. Clapping push-ups. For every movement type you regularly use, such as the standard push-up, you should also have at least one explosive variant in your toolkit. For an explosive push-up, nothing beats the good old clapping push-up. In some circles, this is called a plyometric or plyo push-up, but whatever you call it, it boils down to the same thing. Get into the push-up position, and instead of going slow, drop down and explode back up as fast as you can. The momentum will push you right away from the surface of the ground, giving you time to clap your hands. Training ideas. Once you're comfortable with regular speed push-ups, ideally uneven push-ups, you can start throwing this exercise into your routine to develop some speed and turn your strength into power. It's always good to build some joint strength with regular smooth reps before you play around with any more explosive power-based exercises. When you begin to include them into your routine, always start slowly to give your soft tissues a chance to adapt. One great way to start slow is by trying the exercise on your knees before going to straight legs. Keep the reps low and go for quality over quantity. Some guys develop so much power that they can clap 2 or even 3 times. This is a great variant for martial artists or athletes who require strength and speed in their upper body. Superman push-ups. Superman push-ups are a very challenging variation of the basic push-up. Essentially, you're doing push-ups with your arms way out in front of you instead of below your shoulders. With your arms out, you look like you're in the flying position, hence the name Superman push-ups. This version was made popular by the great Jack LaLanne way back in the 50s. But no matter when they were popular, the fact remains that they require an unusual amount of power. They even look difficult. Training ideas. Although this exercise is technically a push-up, it is a distant cousin to the family. Because you barely bend your arms, the triceps get an isometric or static workout, and the lats get more work than the chest. But any straight arm exercise multiplies your body weight, so this is an impressive feat of strength to add to your skill set if you can. If they're too tough, you can begin with your arms bent, then slowly straighten them as you become stronger. Jack LaLanne got so strong doing this exercise that he could do it with just one arm, an achievement very few athletes have ever been able to replicate. Work hard and combine this exercise with lots of work on the 10 steps, and you might become one of the few who can equal the legendary Jack. Tiger bend push-ups. Tiger bend push-ups are an old-school strength exercise used years before machines were invented to strengthen the elbow tendons and wrists, so important for bodyweight strength. The tiger bend push-up is named that way because instead of lowering your chest towards the ground, you lower your forearms flat on the floor. You look like a tiger resting on its forepaws. From here, you press back up, a movement which requires great real-world strength in the hands, wrists, and arms. This is an exercise that can be picked up by anyone who puts in the effort and builds up slowly. Training ideas. You don't see this exercise used much anymore, and it's a shame because it's an amazing feat of strength and skill, which will help anyone build incredible strength in the elbows, triceps, and forearm complex. If you commit a lot of time to tiger bend movements, you'll notice far less elbow and forearm strain during your training. If you get to the point where 20 of these push-ups are easy, you can explore doing tiger bends in the handstand position. So there you have it, the complete fundamentals of the convict conditioning push-up system. You have the 10 steps, the hidden steps, and plenty of variant exercises in your toolkit. Now it's up to you. If you want to begin your training, you can find several programs in the Convict Conditioning Manual. If you still need more information or you have further questions, head on over to the Dragon Door forum at dragondoor.com. There are lots of great athletes and experts there who are always willing to answer your questions. Volume 2, The Ultimate Bodyweight Squat Course. The convict conditioning system represents the most powerful, efficient distillation of the best hardcore prison bodyweight training methods ever to exist. Many of these older, very potent, solitary training systems are on the verge of dying out behind bars as American prisoners begin to gain access to weight gyms and modern bodybuilding thinking floods into the prisons. That's why we chose to shoot these groundbreaking DVDs at Alcatraz. Back in the day, The Rock was the biggest, baddest jailhouse there was. It seemed like the right place to show you the most powerful prison training techniques there are. In this system, no matter what kind of movement we're working on, we focus on a chain of 10 progressive exercises. When you master one exercise, you move on to the next, and so on. Because the later exercises build on the earlier ones, they are sometimes called the 10 steps. When you reach the 10th exercise, you will be just about as strong as it's possible for a human being to be in that movement. For this reason, the 10th exercise in any chain is called the master step. How all this works will be crystal clear if you picked up a copy of the Convict Conditioning Bodyweight Manual. The squat series. Most athletes understand the benefits squats offer, so pretty much everybody who has picked up a training magazine or visited a gym has at least seen a squat. Most trainees learn how to squat on 2 legs and then make the exercise harder by slapping a barbell across their back. In prison, this way of adding strength wasn't always available, so cell trainees developed ways of progressing using only body weight versus gravity. The best way to do this is to learn how to squat all the way down to the ground and back up on just 1 leg. Not everybody who explores prison training will have the dedication and drive to achieve strength feats like the 1-arm pull-up, but the legs are much stronger than the arms. If you put in the time and work hard, the 1-leg squat will be within reach of almost every athlete who pays their dues. But the 1-leg squat still requires very powerful muscles and tendons, so you don't want to jump into 1-leg squatting right away. You need to build the joint strength and muscle to safely attempt this great exercise. We'll show you how to do that safely using 10 steps, 10 progressively harder squat exercises. We'll explain these 10 exercises you need to master in order, and then we'll summarize when we get to the end. We'll even show you some alternative exercises you can use along the journey. The beauty of DVD is that if you don't get any of the finer points of technical form straight away, you can pause and go back as many times as you want. We'll have you squatting on 1 leg in no time. So let's get started. Importance of leg training. Leg training is vital for every athlete. Push-ups and pull-ups are great, but they're not enough. Even somebody who knows nothing about working out understands that a well-trained muscular upper body teetering around on skinny stick legs is a joke. If you want to complete your basic abbreviated prison strength routine, you need to get training your legs hard. Squats are the answer to your prayers. They're up next. Benefits of squats. Squats are sometimes likened to push-ups for the legs, but squats are much more important than that. Squats train virtually every muscle in the lower body, from quads and glutes to hips, lower back, and even hamstrings. If you squat deep, as we'll teach you, you will also increase your flexibility and ankle strength. All functional power is transmitted through the legs. So without strong, powerful legs, you are nothing. That goes for running, jumping, and combat sports as much as it does for lifting heavy stuff. You've got to do those squats. Whenever you get set to squat, the first things you need to look at are your feet. Just as the arms follow the hands, the structure of the legs will follow feet positioning. This is why you need to pay attention to your feet when you squat. You should start by ensuring that your feet are symmetrical and adopting a slight outwards point in your toes, around 30 to 40 degrees out, but experiment and see what's comfortable. Your knees will follow, ankling out slightly on their axis. They shouldn't be pointing straight forwards, parallel to one another. That might look tidy, but it's not the way Mother Nature intended your lower limbs to work. When you angle the feet out slightly, you angle them relative to one another, so the concept of angling the foot out becomes meaningless when you're squatting off one leg. Just get in a comfortable natural position. Whether you are squatting on one or two legs, keep the hips in their natural positioning, don't curl them forward. Your legs should be fully extended. They don't need to be kinked at the top of a squat. The knees are designed to take the body's weight all day, so they can and should be extended as is normal when you stand. Okay, now the feet are good. Let's see a basic squatting motion. Notice that the knees are angled slightly outwards throughout the movement, no matter how deep he goes. The best way to ensure your knees track outwards is to adopt the slight foot angle I showed you. This is because your leg bones, your femurs, will tend to follow or track the toes outwards. Unfortunately, many athletes have proportionately weak outer hip muscles, and this causes their knees to track inwards during squatting. Inwards tracking is bad news. Inwards tracking of the knee can put grinding pressure on the knee joint, so avoid it at all costs. If you've ever had an ACL tear, you'll understand the importance of avoiding inwards tracking to keep the knee as strong and stable as possible. If your ligaments are torn or completely missing, the entire knee can pop out of joint and become dislocated during inwards tracking. But when your leg angles slightly out, the knee is in an incredibly strong position. Even guys who have injured their knees badly and possess no anterior cruciate ligaments can squat very safely if their lower bodies are proportionately strong and their legs follow their natural tracking path. Okay, that's the feet and legs taken care of. What about the rest of the body? The key here is to remember that, whatever squatting technique you're working on, you should keep your back naturally straight. Now, in bodyweight work, you'll often hear or read the phrase, keep your back straight. In fact, the spine has 3 natural curves in it. Keep your back straight doesn't mean we want you to iron out those beautiful natural curves. They are there for a reason, to organically mold to the neck, trunk, and hips, and also to act as a shock absorption system. We don't mean keep your back upright. You can keep your back naturally straight even during jackknife squats, where your torso is parallel to the floor. When we say keep your back straight, what we really mean is don't round the spine forwards in that lazy slumping posture most people seem to adopt. To keep your spine upright while retaining its perfect curvature, you don't need to adopt any obscure or painful positions. You just need to do 2 things. Firstly, keep your sternum, the bone in your chest, raised slightly. Secondly, open the neck vertebrae. You do this by imagining that the center of your crown is attached to a string which is holding you up. These 2 elements of perfect spinal posture will be well known to martial artists, as well as students of movement systems like the Alexander technique. If you follow these 2 simple rules, your spinal posture will be perfect. Round shoulders will also sabotage good posture, so wherever you put your arms, crossed, out in front, on a platform, on the hips, make a conscious effort to keep those shoulders spread nice and square. A lot of athletes have trouble finding the correct groove when they squat, no matter how long they've been doing it. The problem becomes worse when they try to squat deep. You see a lot of barbell squatters leading the exercise with their shoulders. They bend their legs a bit, then bend down, almost like a good morning. It looks like they just don't know how to find the path down. This is because they are leading the move with their shoulders, not their hips. If you have trouble finding your groove in the bottom position, it helps to think of yourself sitting down rather than squatting. This sitting naturally shifts your weight backwards, which ties in well with the pressure that should be running through your heels. It will also help you keep your spine upright. Your spine will naturally tilt forwards a little as you squat. That's cool, but you don't want to get into the kind of bowing motion some people get into. This is a sign that your center of gravity is too far forwards and makes the exercise too hip-based, robbing the legs of their share of work. Lead with your hips and sit back into deep squats. When you squat, you should use a full range of motion. By this, we mean that you should go all the way down and come all the way up. By all the way down, we mean you should go until your hamstrings are pressed onto your calves and you can go no further. Provided you have built up a good strength flexibility base, you should actually feel very little tension in the bottom position because your body is well compressed. If you are shaking and trembling at the bottom of the rep, you aren't going deep enough. The bottom position should almost feel restful. Providing you get there gradually, squatting deep strengthens the knees. It improves leg flexibility. Most importantly, it activates practically all the muscles of the lower body, not just the quadriceps at the front of the thigh, but also the hamstrings at the back, as well as the hip girdle, the ankles, the tibialis, and the inner thigh muscles. The Convict Conditioning Manual discusses the subject of squatting anatomy in more depth, but for now, let's just say that if you want to work practically every muscle from the solar plexus down, you need to do your squats, and do them deep. Some special exercises we'll show you call for half or partial squats, but where these exist, they only exist as stepping stones to strengthen you for full movements, and they should always be accompanied in your workout with full-range squatting movements. Full-range squats are king. Something important to say about the bottom position now. A lot of guys try to generate extra energy for their squats by dropping down and bouncing out of the bottom position. This is a bad mistake. Bouncing, rolling, or rocking out of the hole places a lot of stress on the soft tissues of your knees, especially the cartilage of the knee joint, the meniscus. Once your knee cartilage is torn, that's it. It won't heal. Bouncing up also requires less effort than pushing yourself up under muscular power. For this reason, never bounce out of a squat. A good way to eliminate bouncing and extraneous momentum from your squats is to institute a nice, clean 1-second pause at the bottom position, like this. Control your descent using muscle power. Never allow gravity to take over so you just drop. Although the bottom position is restful, don't pause too long. Stay down for a moment just to ensure that all the momentum is taken out of the exercise and to make certain you don't bounce out of the squat. No rest for dedicated athletes like you guys. Once all momentum is dissipated, it's time to go back up. While we're on the topic of correct pressing out of the squat, it's important that you feel the bulk of your weight going through the heels, not the toes. Feeling the squat through your heels helps ensure that your hip positioning is good. If you feel the exercise through the balls of your feet or your toes, it means your center of gravity is tilting forward. This is a common mistake in beginners. It encourages excessive forwards lean and places too much force through the knees. If you have trouble shifting the weight through your heels, try gently lifting your toes up to get the idea of what we mean. This trick will also help you keep your heels flat as you squat. Never ever lift your heels when you squat. There's no need, even if you are very tall. If you have to lift your heels when you descend, it's purely due to a lack of ankle mobility and flexibility in the Achilles tendon. You can try to speed up your flexibility by performing specific calf and ankle stretching, but the best and safest way to gain this kind of flexibility is by gradually working into flat-footed squats, using lighter squatting techniques such as jackknife squats and supported squats, which we'll demonstrate shortly. Lots of reps will teach your body what it needs to do without any severe stretching work. If you want to be a great squatter, you need to synchronize your breathing right. The basics to remember are: breathe out on the way up, breathe in on the way down. If you need to take extra breaths at the bottom or top, do so. If you feel dizzy and need more breaths, take them. Find a pattern that works for you. Breathe deeply, but don't force it, and try not to hold your breath when you train. We know a lot of powerlifters hold their breath during training, but they tend to do single or very low rep sets. You'll be doing much more. You need to make that oxygen work for you. Tied into the art of breathing is the skill of bracing your core. Don't tense your midsection unnecessarily, but keep your gut sucked in and tight when you squat. Squatting causes a normal rise in intra-abdominal tension, and keeping your stomach wall tight automatically acts as a protective belt around the waist. This focus on bracing the core also works the vital internal midsection muscles like the diaphragm and transversus, which are just as important to health and fitness as the biceps or quads. One last point before we move on. One of the key factors in injury and bad movement patterns is uneven body strength. One side is stronger than the other, and this affects your alignment. When a piece of clothing, maybe a pair of jeans, rips under pressure, it always rips at the seams. Why? Because the seam is the weakest point. Likewise, if you put your own muscular system under pressure, your weakest areas become injured first. If one side of your body is a good way stronger than the other side, you had better be prepared to get injured more. Avoiding weak links and creating a finely tuned, symmetrical muscular system is the absolute best thing you can do to avoid unnecessary injuries. In reality, most people have a weaker side of their system, and their body intuitively understands that this is dangerous. So to prevent injuries, most people favor their strong sides in lifting or moving, even if they do this unconsciously. Unfortunately, this is the worst thing you can do. It amplifies the problem by making the strong side stronger and the weak side weaker. The correct way to eliminate weak links is to ensure that you move your body with symmetry of output. When you perform bilateral movements on both feet, always ensure you move with symmetry. When you perform uneven or one-legged squats, use the technique of symmetrical capping. Always start your workout with your weakest leg. Doing this gives you an automatic power default rep level. If you started with your strongest leg, you probably couldn't then do as much work with the weakest leg, and any inherent power imbalances will start to manifest. Starting with the weakest leg eliminates this risk. It also allows you to give your weaker limbs your best energy, while you're at your freshest and most focused. This is a technique you should apply to all unsymmetrical strength work you do. Use it on any exercise once you're at the stage where you're working the limbs separately. The first step is shoulder stand squats. They're basically upside down squats. Because you're upside down, you can move your legs without your body weight running through the hips, knees, and ankles. This allows you to gently condition your joints by removing adhesions built up there and gently stretching your soft tissues. This means that even if you're a rank beginner, very out of shape, or injured and coming out of surgery or long layoff, you can still start your training. Basic posture. Lie on your back with your knees bent. Kick against the floor and push down with your hands until your legs are vertical. Place your hands on your back for support. Your body weight should be going through your upper back and the rear of your arms, not through your neck. Your torso and legs should be stretched out as straight as possible. Negative. Bend at the knees and hips. Bring your knees down as low as you can. Your goal is to touch your knees to your forehead. When you get as low as possible, hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Smoothly reverse the movement and extend your legs back up. Stop when your body is locked vertical and perfectly straight again. Hold this top position for a 1 count, then repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, shoulder stand squats. If you can't touch your forehead with your knees right away, just try to improve your comfortable depth each time. You'll pick up flexibility in this exercise quite quickly. Progression levels, shoulder stand squats. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 25, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 25, then add a 3rd set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 50 before moving to step 2. Step 2. Jackknife squats. Once you can do 3 sets of 50 shoulder stand squats with a good range of motion and no discomfort, the joints, muscles, and ligaments of your legs will be fluid and possess a good level of vascular and cellular fitness. You're ready to begin putting some weight through those legs. Jackknife squats help you work your lower body joints with a full range of motion, the range you develop during shoulder stand squats, but only using a percentage of the body weight. This will continue your conditioning. Basic posture. Approach a sturdy object which reaches approximately knee height. A bunk, low table, or chair are all good options. Bend at the hips and place your hands on the object for support. Your torso should be parallel to the ground and at a right angle with your legs. This is the jackknife position. Your legs should be straight and shoulder width apart or a little wider. Your body weight should be going through your hands and feet. Negative. Smoothly bend at the knees and hips, keeping pressure going through your hands. Continue descending until your hamstrings are resting on your calves. Keep your feet flat on the floor as you move. You won't be able to keep your torso parallel to the ground in the bottom position, but keep it bent forwards. When you get as low as possible, hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Reverse the movement and push back up through your legs and hands. As you ascend, bend your torso until it is parallel to the ground so that you can put more of your body weight through your hands and upper body. Stop when you're in the jackknife position again and repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, jackknife squats. An athlete can easily modulate the difficulty of this exercise through regulating palm pressure. If necessary, just tilt forwards and put more body weight through the hands. Progression levels, Jackknife squats. Begin this exercise with one set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 20, add a second set of 10, build up to 2 sets of 20, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 40 before moving to step 3. Step 3. Supported squats. With shoulder stand squats, you conditioned your lower body using high rep movements with very little resistance. For jackknife squats, you pushed your body weight up, but using a significant amount of help from the upper limbs. In the next step, supported squats, the majority of the pressing work will be done by your legs, with only a minor amount of help from the arms during the most difficult part of the rep. The hardest part of the bodyweight squat is getting out of the bottom position. This is also the point where the knees and lower back are most vulnerable, especially if they're naturally stiff or if you're not so well conditioned in bodyweight mastery. Supported squats help you break through this inherent barrier. When you're coming up, push down through your hands over the first third of the movement, then take pressure off. Basic posture. Approach a sturdy object which reaches approximately hip height. A desk, table, or chair back are possible options. Stand up straight and place your hands on the object for support. Your legs should be straight and shoulder width apart or a little wider. Negative. Smoothly bend at the knees and hips, keeping hold of the object for stability. Try to keep your torso fairly upright as you go down. Continue descending until your hamstrings are resting on your calves. Keep your feet flat on the floor as you move. When you get as low as possible, hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Reverse the movement and push back up through your legs. Pull down on the object to help yourself back up out of the bottom position. Try to keep your arms fairly straight throughout the exercise. Stop when you are standing straight again and repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, supported squats. If the exercise becomes easy, only push down with one palm. Switch palms halfway through the set. As with jackknife squats, you can regulate the difficulty of this exercise by using less upper body strength over time. If things become easy, you can use only one hand to assist you. Progression levels. Supported squats. Begin this exercise with one set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 15, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 15, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 30 before moving to step 4. Step 4. Half squats. Now we've mastered assisted squatting movements, it's time to move to an important step in the series, half squats, where the lower limbs exclusively take the full load of the body under flexion. It's also important for wannabe bodyweight squatters because it's the first hands-free exercise in the squatting series, meaning you have to learn the basic balance and equilibrium necessary if you want to confidently master later steps. Once you move beyond the half squat, it still works as a great low-impact lower body and leg warm-up for more intense leg training exercises. It's a wonderful functional movement, but as great as half movements are, remember that they only exist as a build-up to full movements. Don't lose what you've already gained. If you've just come to this exercise from working supported squats, The internal muscles of your legs and hips will be well conditioned to deep squatting by now. Your hips and ankles will also be nice and flexible under load. To keep that strength flexibility while working on half squats, always finish your half squats workout with a single set of either jackknife or supported squats. Basic posture. Stand up straight with your legs shoulder width apart or a little wider. Point your toes slightly outwards. Cross your arms in front of your chest. Negative. Smoothly bend at the hips and knees. Try to keep your back straight as you go down. Continue descending until your thighs are parallel with the floor. Keep your feet flat on the floor as you move. When you get to the half squat position, hold for a 1 count. Positive. Smoothly reverse the movement and push back up through your legs. Focus on pressing down through your heels rather than your toes. Stop when you are standing straight again and repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, half squats. If half squats pose a problem to begin with, simply reduce the range of motion. Build up to higher reps, at least 20, using quarter squats before attempting half squats again. Progression levels, half squats. Remember, finish your half squat training with supported squats or jackknife squats. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 8 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 35, add a second set of 8. From there, work up to 2 sets of 50 before moving to step 5, full squats. Use higher reps in this exercise to allow you to perfect both your form and muscular conditioning before attempting full squats. You should always finish any half squat workouts with an ancillary set of supported squats or jackknife squats. Shoot for around 15 to 20 moderately hard reps on this final set. Step 5, full squats. The last 4 steps were really preliminary exercises to build a great base for true bodyweight squatting. They not only help heal pre-existing injuries and build aerobic fitness and flexibility, but the higher volume will also force you to develop your ideal squatting movement pattern. This is a crucial part of bodyweight strength training, but it's something a lot of trainees, even coaches, often overlook. Some people say, well, why wait until step 5 to get to proper freestanding bodyweight squatting? And the answer is that the longer you take acquiring a basic movement pattern, the more deeply that pattern is ingrained in your mind, body, and nervous system. Once you've acquired movement patterns, they are really hard to shift or alter. So that's why, if you want to become advanced at bodyweight exercise, you should begin slowly and with lots of repetitions. Squatting is a skill. I want you to have perfect technical patterns hardwired into you for life. It's another great reason to carefully study this DVD series. Watching these movements is a much more efficient way of absorbing faultless movement patterns. Basic posture. Stand up straight with your legs shoulder width apart or a little wider. Point your toes slightly outwards. Cross your arms in front of your chest. Negative. Smoothly bend at the knees and hips. Try to keep your back straight as you go down. Continue descending until your hamstrings are resting on your calves. Keep your feet flat on the floor as you move. When you get as low as possible, hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Smoothly reverse the movement and push back up through your legs. Focus on pressing down through your heels rather than your toes. Stop when you are standing straight again and repeat the exercise. Hidden steps. Full squats. If moving straight from half squats to full squats is too difficult, start with 3/4 depth squats and gradually build your range of motion from workout to workout. Progression levels. Full squats. Begin your training in this exercise with one set of 5 strict reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 30 reps before moving on to the next step. Step 6. Close squats. The next 4 exercises, the next 4 steps, are advanced techniques that, when mastered, will easily make you the best one-legged squatter you can be. Pretty soon you'll be ready to move to specialist transitional techniques, which will help you go from 2-leg work to 1-leg work. But before you're ready for that, you need more strength. You need to continue your journey towards iron muscles and bulletproof tendons, with an exercise which will smoothly give your well-prepared joints more work. That's what Step 6, close squats, is all about. Close squats are full squats, but with the feet together. Putting the feet close makes the squat movement much harder. This variation places much greater emphasis on all the leg muscles, but particularly the quadriceps at the front. This adds functional strength and muscle. Due to the angle of the shin, the exercise also requires good strength flexibility in the ankles. The exercise will build powerful glutes and radically strengthen the knee joints and surrounding muscle and soft tissue. Basic posture. Stand up straight with your heels together or as close as possible. Point your toes slightly outwards. Straighten your arms out in front of your shoulders for balance. Negative. Smoothly bend at the knees and hips. Try to keep your back straight as you go down. Continue descending until your hamstrings are resting on your calves. Keep your feet flat on the floor as you move. When you get as low as possible, hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Smoothly reverse the movement and push back up through your legs. Focus on pressing down through your heels rather than your toes. Stop when you are standing straight again and repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, close squats. Continue bringing your feet together every time you can get 20 reps until you're performing close squats. Some athletes have trouble moving from full squats to close squats. Just bring the feet in a little every time you can still get 20 reps, and you'll master close squats before you know it. Progression levels, close squats. We are moving into strength territory, so reps can drop now. Begin with 1 set of 5 strict close squats and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 reps before moving on to Step 7. Step 7. Uneven squats. If you followed the squatting series so far, your legs will be flexible, healthy, and very strong. But even most close squatters still can't attempt a full 1-leg squat for 2 reasons. Firstly, they lack the strength to get out of the bottom position on 1 leg, and secondly, their hips aren't strong enough to hold the working leg up in front of them. So what athletes need at this stage is a transitional exercise which allows them to perform one-leg squats, but with some assistance to get them out of the bottom position, as well as providing some support for their non-working leg. That's what the uneven squat does. Basic posture. Stand up with one foot flat on the floor and another resting firmly on a basketball straight out in front of you. Your leg on the floor should be straight and vertical, and your ball leg should be straight and diagonal. Your feet should be shoulder width apart or a little wider. Straighten your arms out in front of your shoulders for balance. Negative. Smoothly bend your working leg. As you descend, your ball leg will move further out to the front as the basketball rolls underneath it. Continue descending until the hamstring of your working leg is resting on your calf. When you get as low as possible, hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Press hard through the floor with your working leg. To help get yourself out of the bottom position, press down through your heel and the basketball with your assisting leg. Keep your ball leg as straight as possible throughout the exercise. Continue until you push yourself back to the starting position and repeat. Hidden steps, uneven squats. If you struggle with the uneven squat on a basketball, switch the ball to one side and begin by putting your foot on something stable like a step. You can try the ball again later. Progression levels, uneven squats. Begin this exercise with one set of 5 strict, safe repetitions and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 reps before moving up to the next step in the series. Step 8. Half one-leg squats. A lot of students of the system ask why half one-leg squats are replacing uneven squats at a higher point in the squatting series, even though many athletes find uneven squats harder. First off, it's important to say that at this level you should continue performing uneven squats, so half one-leg squats don't replace uneven squats. You should think of this step as a skill builder, an exercise which bulletproofs your weak links rather than a plain old basic strength exercise. This exercise is an advanced one designed to specialize on 3 technical areas. The first is correct balance. This is the first exercise where you're squatting completely on one limb, and you need to spend some time getting your equilibrium and groove right. The second factor is the ability to hold your non-squatting leg high off the ground. The third element is lower leg strength. This exercise will turn your feet, arches, and ankles into steel, which is necessary for safe one-leg squatting. Basic posture. Stand up straight with your legs shoulder-width apart or a little wider. Straighten your arms out in front of your shoulders for balance. Lift one leg up out in front of you. Your raised leg should reach thigh or hip level and remain fairly straight. Negative. Smoothly bend your working leg. Continue descending until your working thigh is parallel with the floor. Keep your foot flat on the floor as you move. When you get as low as possible, hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Smoothly reverse the movement and push back up through your working leg. Focus on pressing down through your heel rather than your toes. At no point should your raised leg bend or touch the ground. Continue until you have pushed yourself back to the starting position and repeat. Hidden steps, half one-leg squats. As with all half movements, you can regulate the difficulty of this exercise by altering your depth of motion, increasing from quarter one-leg squats to half one-leg squats or even deeper. Progression levels, half one-leg squats. Remember, finish your half one-leg squat training with close squats or uneven squats. Begin this exercise with one set of 5 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 10, add a second set of 5. From there, work up to 2 sets of 20 before moving to the next step in the series. As we pointed out earlier, this exercise is a skill builder to complement the strength work you've done up to now. So you should always finish any half one-leg squat workouts with an ancillary set of uneven squats to retain your strength in the bottom position. Shoot for around 15 to 20 strict repetitions. Step 9. Assisted one-leg squats. So now you can at least squat halfway down on one leg, possibly more. Rather than have you work full one-leg squats and risk the possibility of straining yourself, what the athlete requires at this point is some kind of exercise which allows them to perform a good one-leg squat, but with just a small amount of assistance over the first few inches coming out of the hole. That's what Step 9, assisted one-leg squats, are all about. We're going to show you how to learn full one-leg squatting patterns with only a small amount of functional support, right at the basement level, where you need it. Basic posture. Take a basketball and set it next to the outside of the leg you're about to squat with. Stand up straight with your legs shoulder-width apart or a little wider. Straighten one arm out in front of you for balance and let your other arm hang down, pointing at the basketball. Lift your non-squatting leg up, out in front of you. Your raised leg should reach thigh or hip level and remain fairly straight. Negative. Smoothly bend your working leg. Keep your foot flat on the floor as you move. Continue descending until the hamstring of your working leg is resting on your calf. As you reach the bottom position, place your palm firmly on the basketball. Hold this bottom position for a 1 count. Positive. To help the beginning of the ascent, press down through the basketball with your hand. Keep pushing yourself back up using pure leg power as your hand leaves the ball. Continue until you've pushed yourself back to the starting position and repeat. Hidden steps, assisted one-leg squats. If this exercise is too difficult with a basketball, you can begin by pushing off a higher object, like a chair or small stool. As you gain strength and confidence, return to the basketball. Progression levels, assisted one-leg squats. Begin this exercise with one set of 5 strict, safe repetitions and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 10 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 reps before moving up to the master step in the series, one-leg squats. Step 10, master step, one-leg squats. One-leg squats are the master step of the squatting series. Once you get to the level where you can do full butt-to-the-ground one-leg squats for reps, you will have functionally stronger legs than 99% of the world's population. Even the vast majority of serious athletes can't do one-leg squats, and the ones who can do it usually can't do it right. Certainly, most bodybuilders, very big men, can't even attempt the exercise. Standard bodybuilding increases the cross-section of the muscles, but it doesn't do much for tendon strength, strength flexibility, or the kind of total body muscle synergy you need to do one-leg squats. Virtually every sport and athletic art on earth requires unilateral strength transmission, strength through one leg. Running, jumping, lunging, climbing, and kicking are all examples. So, if you want safe, real-world strength for a sport, martial art, or event, one-leg squatting is the best kind of training there is. Basic posture. Stand up straight with your legs shoulder-width apart or a little wider. Straighten your arms out in front of your shoulders for balance. Lift one leg up out in front of you. Your raised leg should reach thigh or hip level and remain locked or fairly straight. Negative. Smoothly bend your working leg. Try to keep your back straight as you go down. Continue descending until the hamstring of your working leg is resting on your calf. Keep your foot flat on the floor as you move. When you get as low as possible, hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Smoothly reverse the movement and push back up through your working leg. Focus on pressing down through your heel rather than your toes. Stop when you are standing straight again and repeat the exercise. For ease of reference, let's take a look at the 10 steps of the push-up series altogether. Step 1, shoulder stand squats. Build to 3 sets of 50, then begin Step 2, Jackknife squats. Build to 3 sets of 40, then move to Step 3, supported squats. Build to 3 sets of 30, then begin Step 4, half squats. Build to 2 sets of 50, then move to Step 5, full squats. Build to 2 sets of 30, then begin Step 6, close squats. Build to 2 sets of 20, then start Step 7, uneven squats. Build to 2 sets of 20, then move to Step 8, half one-leg squats. Build to 2 sets of 20, then go to Step 9, assisted one-leg squats. Build to 2 sets of 20, then finally advance to Step 10. You've reached the master step, one-leg squats. Cell 3, the variance. We've just worked through the basic 10 steps of the squatting series. These exercises, along with the hidden steps within them, make up all the core techniques you'll ever need to master the best calisthenics leg strength feat there is, the one-leg squat. Prison athletes understand that having good strength in your legs just isn't enough. If you want to become a supreme raw athlete, you need to build in some other qualities like explosive power, endurance, and agility. We're going to show you how to unlock these skills and perform a few of the best variant lower body drills. You don't have to perform these exercises as a part of convict conditioning, but you can explore them whenever you want to. These are for you to put into your toolkit. Tuck jumps. Once your legs gain some strength, it's important to learn how to use that strength quickly, explosively. All trainees should think about throwing some plyometric exercises into their leg training, even if it's just a few sets of 5 jumps for height performed at the end of a session. Right now we're going to show you a basic two-leg jump that's popular behind bars because it doesn't require any equipment, the tuck jump. Bend your knees into about a half squat and spring up as high as you can, drawing your knees as far into your chest at the top as possible. This is called a tuck position because your legs are tucked in. This is a whole body exercise, so use your arms too. Let's see what it looks like in practice. Training ideas. Because this is a low-skill drill, you can work on height while using fairly high reps. 2 or 3 sets of 10 or 20 hard tuck jumps at the end of a workout will go a long way to giving you extra springy energy for combat and sports. Doing jumps before your squats can also help fire up the nervous system and improve your workout. It's intense cardio too. If you're intermediate or advanced, you can consider adding your own plyo or agility session to your weekly workouts. Unilateral base jumps. Once you've adapted to tuck jumps or any kind of two-legged jump, one fundamental way to increase intensity and take your lower body explosiveness to the next level is to begin practicing your jumps unilaterally, using just one leg at a time. We're going to show you a basic one-leg jump onto a box, but you can use anything stable as a base or platform, a bench, a stool, a table, or whatever. To minimize injury, approach from the side and just leap up with one leg, drop down, and repeat on the rebound. You don't need to go too deeply into the one-leg squat to push off. For power, about parallel is best. Training ideas. This philosophy of progressing from two-leg jumps to one-leg jumps is common in prisons where space is a limitation. One-leg jumping, whether in vertical or horizontal leaps, really limits the space you need because you can't go as far as you can with two legs. One-leg jumping not only increases speed strength and the demands on the joints, but it's also very functional. Most sports or activities involve pushing off one leg at a time. Sprinting and kicking are 2 good examples. You can work with this exercise just like you would for tuck jumps, but ensure your knees are well warmed up first. Knee squats. One of the major goals of the Convict Conditioning Squat series is learning the ability to squat on one leg. Once you've learned to squat properly on 2 legs, there are several useful transition exercises you can use to move over to using just one leg. Uneven squats, half one-leg squats, and assisted one-leg squats are the exercises we've shown you so far. But there's another useful transitional exercise you might want to try. That's the knee squat. With the knee squat, you squat about halfway down on one leg and gauge the correct depth by touching your opposite knee to the ground. Training ideas. Pavel calls this exercise the airborne lunge. It's similar in strength requirements to the half one-leg squat. It's not a replacement for the half one-leg squat because it doesn't teach you the raised leg position. And also, because of the leverage of the bent knee, you're forced to lean forwards rather than maintain a straight back. But this is an interesting exercise to use for variety once in a while, as it works the quads well and it forces you to go to the correct depth every single rep. Side squats. Side squats go by several names: side lunges, kung fu squats, split lunges, and so on. They're a great way to open up the hips and work the inner thigh while building towards one-leg squatting. They're also great for adding flexibility to your lower body. Place your feet wide about double shoulder width. Lean down to one side. Go all the way down until you're as far down as your body will allow, keeping your opposite leg as straight as you can. Throughout the exercise, you should keep both feet flat on the floor, but they can pivot somewhat if you feel the need. Hold the stretch for a second, then reverse the movement and squat down on the other side. Continue like this, alternating sides until the set is over. Training ideas. Once you've got a full range of motion on side squats, it's hard to make them progressive. But that doesn't really matter, as most athletes use this as a strength flexibility exercise to loosen up the tight leg and hip muscles and joints, rather than as a power or strength technique. It works well as part of a warm-up for variety or in between sets to stay loose. Wall squat. The wall squat is an excellent static hold for the legs. Just lean against a wall and slide down into a half squat position from there. Don't press your hands against the wall for help. Make things harder by folding your arms over your chest. Focusing on your breathing will take your mind away from the pain after a while. The old-timers sometimes called this classic exercise Samson's seat, after the biblical strongman. Training ideas. Wall squats are great for keeping conditioning in your thighs, perhaps if you have a nagging injury which stops you doing full range of moving squats for a while. Because it burns up the legs, it's also a great finishing movement after a hard workout. Just hold the position for as long as you can take the pain. If even this becomes easy over 3 minutes, you can perform the exercise with only one leg. That's a really demanding endurance exercise. Just remember to start with your weakest leg and match the time with your opposite leg to keep your performance symmetrical. Now you have this DVD, there's no excuse for weak pencil legs anymore. You have the 10 steps, you have the plyometric variance, and you have the knowledge. If there's anything else you need to know, visit dragondoor.com and join the forum. Sign up for the newsletter, Hardstyle, to keep in touch with the latest developments in functional strength and fitness. Now get doing those squats. Volume 3, Leg Raises, Six-Pack from Hell. The convict conditioning system represents the most powerful, efficient distillation of the best hardcore prison bodyweight training methods ever to exist. Many of these older, very potent, solitary training systems are on the verge of dying out behind bars, as American prisoners begin to gain access to weight gyms and modern bodybuilding thinking floods into the prisons. That's why we chose to shoot these groundbreaking DVDs at Alcatraz. Back in the day, The Rock was the biggest, baddest jailhouse there was. It seemed like the right place to show you the most powerful prison training techniques there are. In this system, no matter what kind of movement we're working on, we focus on a chain of 10 progressive exercises. When you master one exercise, you move on to the next, and so on. Because the later exercises build on the earlier ones, they are sometimes called the 10 steps. When you reach the 10th exercise, you will be just about as strong as it's possible for a human being to be in that movement. For this reason, the 10th exercise in any chain is called the master step. How all this works will be crystal clear if you picked up a copy of the Convict Conditioning Bodyweight Manual. This is lesson 1 when it comes to effective midsection training. If you take nothing else away from this DVD, take this. The most popular midsection exercise in the world is the crunch. For those who don't know, the crunch is an exercise designed to gently tense the abs and moves the body over a very tiny range of motion. A crunch usually looks something like this. The goal is to feel the burn in your abs. This is pretty much the opposite of what you should do if you want to develop high levels of useful, functional strength. That's because the human body evolved to move in its entirety, big movements of the body and limbs. Your muscles don't care how you think they feel. They care what they are doing. In athletics or strength, we use the whole body as a tool, not just parts of it. Look at fighting, running, throwing, lifting heavy weights. All these functional things involve the whole body moving as a unit. The abdominal muscles have evolved to play their role in these big movements. Train your abs the way nature intended. Use big motions which actually move your body and limbs, not little motions which just tense the muscles a bit. How do you train your midsection with big movements? Well, since the midsection is just that, the middle of the body, the muscles there function by contracting and bending the body in the middle. Ideally, they either bring your torso to your legs, as with sit-ups, or they bring your legs closer to your torso, as with leg raises. Both these techniques are fine exercises, but for reasons given in the Convict Conditioning Manual, leg raises are superior to sit-ups. For maximum results, train your waist as it was meant to be trained. Ignore the modern subjective methods of tensing and feeling your abs using little movements. Concentrate on big, objective movements, and the leg raise is the biggest and best there is. This commandment follows on from the first. A diet of crunches, cable crunches, reverse crunches, and ab machine work will isolate your abdominis rectus, the six-pack muscles running up the center of your abdomen. This kind of isolation is all the rage in modern core training. But if you want a thick, athletic, well-developed midsection, isolation of the abs is probably the worst thing you can do. Your muscular system is just that, a system. During natural motion, no muscle group ever acts in isolation, ever. Your midsection is a perfect example of this. A lot of people these days are aware of the importance of the posterior chain of muscles which support the back of the spine, the hamstrings, glutes, spinal erectors, etc. Unfortunately, fewer athletes are aware of the anterior chain which runs up the front of the body. When you move your body forward, when you run, kick, punch, jump, do a pull-up, you use this chain. And it's called a chain because the muscles within it are interconnected. They include the deeper heads of the quadriceps, the rectus femoris, and the sartorius, the hip flexors, the psoas, the obliques, and the iliacus muscles. This chain of muscles continues up into the thorax with the intercostals and serratus. The abs are just one link in this chain. Training one link in a chain whilst letting the other links wither away is a surefire recipe to make that chain break somewhere down the line. The only true cure for the problems caused by isolation is to train your midsection using your total body as much as possible. The best way to do this is by the leg raise series we're about to show you. Because leg raises are a functional compound exercise, they naturally work the entire anterior chain automatically without you having to use any special techniques. Raising your legs works the thighs and front of the hips, and stabilizing your torso works the obliques and trunk. As a side benefit, performing leg raises as we're about to show you, you'll naturally integrate your whole body into the movement. On the floor, you push with your hands, which activates the lats, spine, and arms as support. When you hang, you're giving your shoulder girdle and grip a heck of a workout. This is why you should always go old school and do your vertical leg raises hanging from a bar. Those new stations with padded handles to rest your forearms on not only take your shoulders out of the movement, they also prevent your anterior chain from working properly as a system. Never be afraid of looking old-fashioned and hanging while you work your waist. This is a super efficient way to train. Forget about isolating your abs, your obliques, or any other muscle in your waist. When it comes to core training, the whole is definitely more than the sum of its parts. Learn to put your whole body into leg raises, and not only will you get thick abs faster than with crunches, you'll make your entire midsection stronger, and also learn naturally how to integrate your core as an element of total body power. So far, we can sum up the convict conditioning core training philosophy quite simply. Don't use small, short stroke movements in the hope of isolating your abs. Use big movements like leg raises, and when you do them, don't be afraid of working your entire body. Leg raises should be tough. They exhaust the whole system, particularly hanging leg raises. Some prison athletes get a harder upper body and grip workout during a single brutal set of hanging leg raises than a lot of gym bunnies get doing 10 sets of machine rows and forearm curls. If you're going to train your abs this way, you have to tailor your programming appropriately. Your waist muscles adapt to hard exercise no differently from any other muscle, and high reps won't make your abs cut. Only fat loss can do that, and the best way to achieve fat loss is through a disciplined diet. If you want a strong, powerful, athletic midsection and hard abs, forget about increasing your reps endlessly and working out several times a week with light exercises. Train your midsection with the hardest exercises you can do, leg raises. Work hard to increase your reps, but when you reach your goal, don't just keep adding reps. You need to make the exercise harder, not longer. You can do this by moving to more and more advanced leg raise exercises, which we'll show you in this DVD. After you've hit your leg raises good and hard, let your core muscles rest so they can adapt and get acclimatized to the progressive workload. Don't feel the need to train them every day or even every other day. Let them rest so they can come back stronger next time. The next two commandments can be thought of as twins. They relate to the art of breathing correctly during your midsection training. Although we'll be focusing on leg raises, these two commandments can be successfully applied to all abdominal or waist training. Correct breathing is an essential part of all the bodyweight skills, but it's of particular importance when we're training the midsection, because many of the muscles which facilitate respiration, breathing, are found in the midsection. One of the main rules when working leg raises is to inhale on the negative. You breathe in only as your legs are descending. One of the main reasons for this is that whilst you lift your legs up, the muscles of your core contract to do the lifting. This makes your midsection and thorax stiff, like armor, because the muscles layering your ribcage are tense. That doesn't make for easy expansion of the lungs. When you lower your legs, gravity is helping, so the tension around your trunk is greatly decreased. This is the perfect time to inhale, so do it. Don't gulp, don't pant, just take your breath in smooth and controlled. A lot of athletes lose rhythm as they perform leg raises, especially as they tire, and sometimes even hold their breath. Holding your breath might have some use if you're pushing your limit on single or double rep bench presses, but when you're trying to add another 10 reps to your leg raises, it's a bad idea. Your body needs plenty of oxygen if you're pushing yourself for double figure repetitions. Don't ignore this factor. Inhale deeply, expand your lungs, and take plenty of air in during your sets. You'll find this can make your numbers fly up. Most people aren't used to deep, healthy breathing. If, at first, you find yourself getting dizzy or out of breath, take an extra breath or two at the top or bottom of the leg raise motion. This is the flip side of the above rule. Just as the muscles of the thorax, abdomen, and rib cage relax when we breathe in, so they contract when we breathe out. Do you remember the last time you got sore abs just from laughing too hard? That was due to the musculature of your core and midsection being recruited to cope with all the extra exhalation caused by laughter. You should use this biomechanical recruitment to help you train your midsection. Exhale strongly and deeply while your legs are coming up during the leg raise. Try to time it so that your lungs are fully empty by the time you reach the top of each rep. Watch the exhalation. Really practice this with each type of leg raise so you've got it down by the time you get to the hanging leg raises. Exhaling not only gives the muscles a different added form of workload, it also makes lifting your legs up easier because your internal organs won't be squashed down by lungs swollen with air. A tight stomach leads to a more fluid rep. While we're on the subject of a tight stomach, here's another cardinal rule you should always observe during core training. Keep your gut in. When we talk about the midsection muscles, we usually admire the external muscles, the abs, the exterior obliques, the intercostals, and so on. That's probably natural because these are the muscles we can see. But your waist also has a deeper internal layer of muscle. One of these deep layers is called the transversus. The transversus runs from the hips to the rib cage. Rather than moving the legs, trunk, or pelvis up and down, the transversus keeps the stomach wall held in. A strong transversus is crucial to symmetrical strength, healthy posture, and injury prevention. The transversus is, in many ways, the antagonistic muscle group of the diaphragm, the powerful sheet of muscle underneath the lungs. When we strain or lift something heavy, the diaphragm contracts, which places pressure on the internal organs below. During great effort, this internal pressure can cause the gut wall to split, which pushes a little lump of intestine out, making a bulge. This is what a hernia is, and it can be devastatingly painful and require a lot of physio or surgery to correct. If you train your transversus so it's as powerful as your diaphragm muscle, the two will be in balance and your chances of having a hernia will fall to near zero. The best way to do this is to keep your stomach tightly pulled in when you train your abs. Of course, your stomach should be braced during nearly all your exercises, but since the transversus is technically a core muscle, it's appropriate to train these areas together. Training your transversus couldn't be easier. Just consciously keep your navel pulled as close to your spine as you can during every rep of every set of leg raises. Even when you inhale, that gut should be strongly braced. When you breathe out, your diaphragm will contract, so you'll be able to suck your stomach wall in to maximum tightness. Don't allow your belly to relax and sag when you train. Keep that gut in. This next one's a no-brainer. The objective of leg raises is to work the muscles of your core. If momentum is moving your legs, it stands to reason that your muscles aren't. So for maximum muscle power, eliminate momentum from your leg raises. For some very advanced strength feats, like one-arm prison push-ups and one-arm pull-ups, you obviously need a little body English to get things moving. But there's no excuse when it comes to leg raises. Whatever particular leg raise technique you're working on, cease all momentum and speed at the bottom, even if it's only for a fraction of a second. Lift your legs smoothly for a 2 count, making certain that your speed of motion is the same during every part of the lift. That's the key to perfect cadence. Don't get into leg raises that are too fast and sloppy. None of this. That's how not to do it. 2 seconds up, 2 seconds down looks like this. If you want to train your abs safely using explosive motions, there are better ways, like medicine ball work, kips, tumbling, or rebound throws. Save the leg raises for pure strength building. This is a commandment which directly applies to leg raises. A quick pause at the bottom position with your legs straight or almost straight is a good idea to eliminate momentum, but you don't really need to hold at the bottom. You should always hold at the top, though, for at least a count of 1. Pausing at the top is a great gauge of true waist and core strength. If you're using momentum to do your reps, just kicking your legs up, it'll be very hard to pause. Many athletes just throw themselves up and down during their training. There's no control. What do we mean by control? One definition of control, in any exercise, whether with free weights or using body weight, is the pause test. If you can pause for a full second at any stage in the technique, whether it's the first part of the positive, halfway through the negative, or wherever, then you know you're in control of that technique. The top position for hanging leg raises is the hardest position. So you know if you can pause at the top, you can pause anywhere in the rep. You have total control. This is a good example of the kind of pauses you want. By the time you get to doing your midsection work while hanging, that top position pause will really add some juice and power to your abs. So it's a great idea to cultivate this habit of pausing at the top even when you start with leg raises on the floor. That way, by the time you get to hanging leg raise work, the top pause won't be nearly as difficult or intimidating. Keep it in your head as a commandment, not an option, from day one. Always hold at the top of a leg raise, no matter what step you're on. This commandment is a lovely tactic, a great trick to get the most out of your leg raises. It exploits the fact that unlike your biceps or pecs, the muscles of your core are active almost all day. Your abs fire when you sit up or move. They fire while you're standing still, just to keep your body vertical. As a result of this basic function, the core muscles respond well to continuous tension while you're training them. The best way to achieve continuous tension isn't through mega high reps or some weird esoteric mind-muscle technique. The best and the simplest way is to simply keep your heels off the ground when you do your leg raises. When they're doing leg raises lying down, a lot of athletes rest their heels on the floor, taking tension away from the midsection. It looks like this. When performing hanging leg raises, many athletes use a low bar for the same reason, so they can rest their feet on the floor between reps. This is a mistake. Your abs were designed to develop good levels of prolonged tension. Don't rest your heels on the floor when you do leg raises. When you perform lying leg raises, keep your heels an inch or two off the floor at the bottom, like this. When doing hanging leg raises, use a bar that's high enough to allow your body to hang all the way down without your feet touching solid ground. Following this rule during all your midsection training is a good way to get very athletic abdominal muscles very fast. This final commandment isn't specifically about leg raises, but it's very important if you're going to be training your waist properly. The anterior chain gets a great workout from leg raises. If you're going to work the anterior chain, you need to work its antagonistic muscle chain too, the posterior chain. The more you work leg raises or any good compound core movement, the more you stretch your posterior chain, the muscles running vertically along the back of your legs, hips, and spine. Unfortunately, our back is being relaxed forwards all the time. Although most people don't methodically stretch their backs forward, they do hunch over desks, slump in chairs, and stoop when they walk. All this stretches the posterior chain. You add leg raises and make your anterior chain at the front incredibly powerful, and you're going to need to do some similar work for the posterior chain, or your locomotor system is in danger of becoming unbalanced. How often do people slump or stretch their spines backwards? There are various ways to work your posterior chain with kettlebells, barbells, and so on. The simplest, most powerful way to ensure that your posterior and anterior chains are in perfect balance is by bridging. Bridging is the bodyweight art of arching the body backwards as opposed to leg raises which bend the body forwards. Since you're going to want to learn to bridge, you're in luck. The fourth DVD in this series, Advanced Bridging, contains the ultimate prison-style bridging seminar. It's all you'll ever need to have a spine like a titanium whip. If you only ever get your hands on 2 waist training DVDs, make it this one and the sequel on bridging. Follow these and you can kiss goodbye to a flabby gut and back pain. Step 1. Knee tucks. The whole point of the leg raise series is to strengthen the midsection by pulling the knees up. We're going to start with a nice easy variation of this, knee tucks. For knee tucks, you don't even have to get down to the floor. You can do them off the edge of a bed, a chair, a bench, or whatever. Due to the body angle this creates, the stress on the hips is quite small when the legs are out straight. In addition, this is a fairly short stroke movement. The feet only move a short distance, so it's a perfect low-stress way to begin conditioning the muscle cells of the abdomen and the hip flexors while loosening tight lower backs. Basic posture. Sit on the edge of a chair, bunk, or bed. Grip the edge and lean back while straightening your legs. Your feet should be together with your heels a few inches off the floor. Keep your stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly pull your knees towards your chest. Exhale as you pull in. Your feet should move in a straight line towards your butt, meaning that your knees can bend a little as you go. Continue pulling until your knees are at a right angle or further and 6 to 10 inches from your chest. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and push your feet back to where they were in a straight line. Inhale as you push out. Stop when your legs are extended and your body is straight again, and immediately repeat the technique. Hidden steps. Knee tucks. Most people should be able to build to this exercise slowly. If you can't perform the reps as described, try leaning back further, starting with the feet higher or using a shorter range. Progression levels. Knee tucks. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 25, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 25, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 40 before moving to step 2. Step 2. Flat knee raises. If you've completed the knee raise course, your abs and hips will be good and toned. It's now time to move up a step and hit the floor for your midsection training. You'll be lying on your back, and moving forces will be passing through your spine and hips, so make sure you are comfortable. If your floor doesn't have carpeting, you may want to use a training mat. Lying on the floor will make these movements harder and more productive for the muscles at the front of your hips. Having to move the feet directly up against gravity will also activate the abdominal muscles more, which will further improve your core. Keep your stomach held in tight and keep mastering that all-important breathing rhythm. Flat knee raises are a great way to continue improving your breathing skills and waist power to prepare you for the floor exercises which come next in the leg raise series. Basic posture. Lay on the floor with your arms by your sides and your feet together. Bend your knees so that they are at approximately 90 degrees, a right angle. Press down through your palms and lift your feet an inch or 2 off the floor. Keep your stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly lift your knees up towards your hips. Exhale as you pull in. Keep your knees locked in at a right angle throughout. Continue pulling until your thighs are parallel to the floor and your knees are directly over your hips. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your legs back to the start position. Inhale as you lower. Stop when your heels are just a few inches from the ground again and repeat the technique. Hidden steps. Flat knee raises. If you can't perform this exercise properly, improve your leverage by bending your knees more and bringing your feet closer to your body. Over time, perform the exercise correctly. Progression levels. Flat knee raises. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 20, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 20, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 35 before moving to step 3. Step 3. Flat bent leg raises. The step we're about to look at is a beautiful example of the elegance and simplicity of bodyweight training. When you lift weights, you usually have to make the exercise harder over time by adding more and more weight to the bar. Apart from the need for extra equipment, this approach poses various problems. But when you use body weight, you are fixed in the weight you can use, your body. So one option for making exercises harder is increasing leverage. You'll probably see this principle at work in its purest form during midsection training in the leg raises series. We'll start now. A bent leg raise is basically a knee raise with the legs straightened a little bit. It's simple but effective, which is why it's a classic waist drill used by military men and martial artists the world over. Let's take a look at how to do it correctly. Basic posture. Lay on the floor with your arms by your sides and your feet together. Bend your knees so that they are at approximately 45 degrees off straight, which is the angle exactly between straight legs and knees at a right angle. Press down through your palms and lift your feet an inch or 2 off the floor. Keep your stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly lift your feet up and towards your body. Exhale as you lift up. Keep your knees locked at the same 45-degree angle throughout. Continue lifting until your feet are directly over your hips. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your legs back to the start position. Inhale as you lower. Stop when your heels are just a few inches from the ground again and repeat the technique. Hidden steps. Flat bent leg raises. If the 45-degree knee bend on flat bent leg raises seems too tough, lessen the leverage. You can do this by bending your knees a little more, but use less than 90 degrees or you'll be back doing flat knee raises. As your waist gains power, gradually straighten your legs. Progression levels. Flat bent leg raises. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 15, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 15, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 30 before moving to step 4. Step 4. Flat frog raises. During the previous step, we talked about the importance of progressively applying leverage to your midsection movements. Long story short, the exercise will be easier if your legs are bent, harder if you straighten them. So once you've mastered flat bent leg raises, the next logical step would be to do your leg raises with straight legs. But doing leg raises with perfectly straight legs requires a very strong waist, plus a solid core and a flexible lower back. For this reason, a lot of athletes need a little help making this jump. frog techniques are just the help these athletes need. For frog raises, you lift your legs while they are bent, just the same as for a bent leg raise, but straighten them out before the way back down. Straightening your legs at the top position will add the strength flexibility you need in the waist and back without overtaxing your soft tissues. Basic posture. Lay on the floor with your arms by your sides and your feet together. Bend your knees so that they are at approximately 45 degrees off straight, which is the angle exactly between straight legs and knees at a right angle. Press down through your palms and lift your feet an inch or two off the floor. Keep your stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly lift your feet up and towards your body. Exhale as you lift up. Keep your knees locked at the same 45-degree angle throughout. Continue lifting until your feet are directly over your hips. When you reach this position, press your feet up in a straight line until your legs are locked straight. Now your body will form a right angle or jackknife with your legs perpendicular to the floor. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Keeping your knees locked straight, slowly lower your legs until your heels are an inch or two from the floor again. Inhale as you go, taking at least 4 seconds to fully lower your legs. At this point, bend your knees again until they are fixed at 45 degrees and repeat the technique. Hidden steps. Flat frog raises. If getting through your frog raises is causing you trouble, ease into the movement by focusing on the valuable top portion, especially where you straighten your legs. Progression levels. Flat frog raises. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 8 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 15, add a second set of 8. Build up to 2 sets of 15, then add a third set of 8. From there, work up to 3 sets of 25 before moving to step 5. Step 5. Flat, straight leg raises. Once you've mastered the flat leg raise with legs bent and spent time getting everything you can out of that exercise, you can probably guess where to go next. That's right, you need to straighten your legs out. Doing your leg raises this way will give you incredible abdominal power as well as great strength in the hips. It also keeps the lower back and hamstrings loose. Not in a flaccid, relaxed body way that some yoga guys look for, but in a way that meshes with the powerful muscular contractions in your core which leg raises require. This kind of active strength flexibility really enhances functional power. Basic posture. Lay on the floor with your arms by your sides and your feet together. Your legs should be locked straight so that your entire body is extended in a straight line. Press down through your palms and lift your feet an inch or two off the floor. Keep your stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly lift your feet up and towards your body. Exhale as you lift up. Keep your knees locked so that your legs are perfectly straight throughout. Continue lifting until your feet are directly over your hips. Now your body will form a right angle or jackknife with your legs perpendicular to the floor. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your legs back to the start position. Inhale as you lower. Stop when your heels are just a few inches from the ground again and repeat the technique. Hidden steps. Flat, straight leg raises. If you can do frog raises, you can do straight leg raises in the top position. If you need to, start using only the top middle range of motion and extend your movement depth over time. Progression levels. Flat, straight leg raises. From now on, you'll be dropping volume and focusing more on strength. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 5 and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 10, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 20 before moving on to step 6. Step 6. Hanging knee raises. Once you can perform flat straight leg raises correctly for sets of 20 reps, you've gone about as far as you can with this movement on the floor. You can experiment with other floor movements like L holds and sit-ups, but if you want to get stronger using body weight leg raises, you need to add a little more gravity to the mix to make things harder. If you have one of the long, old-school sit-up boards, you can do this very gradually. Just grab the top of the board and do your flat leg raises on it. Over time, start inclining the angle against various objects and a wall until it's vertical. Unfortunately, you don't see many of the old-style sit-up boards these days. They've been replaced by crunch machines and electrical stimulation gizmos and all other kinds of useless junk. Don't panic if you don't have an incline board. Just find an overhead bar. It doesn't matter whether it's a pull-up bar, a branch, or whatever. The gravity is the same. Just make sure it's high. We want your feet to be clear of the floor. Basic posture. Jump up and grab an overhead bar with an overhand grip. Your hands should be approximately shoulder width apart. Bend your knees so that they are at approximately 90 degrees, a right angle. Your feet should be clear of the floor. Keep shoulders tight and body braced with the stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly lift your knees up. Exhale as you lift. Keep your knees locked in a right angle throughout. Continue lifting until your thighs are parallel to the floor and your knees are directly opposite your hips. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your knees back down. Inhale as you lower. Continue until you've reached the starting position again and repeat. Hidden steps. Hanging knee raises. If you can't perform this exercise properly, improve your leverage by bending your knees more and bringing your feet closer to your body. Over time, perform the exercise correctly. Progression levels. Hanging knee raises. Begin the hanging knee raise exercise with 1 set of 5 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 10, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 15. When you can perform 2 strict sets of 15, move on to step 7. Step 7. Hanging bent leg raises. By now you've probably figured out that we're applying the same progression variable to hanging leg raises as we did to the flat variety. We're extending the legs out each time so the hanging exercises mirror the floor exercises. However, the added gravity will make things harder, strengthening the hips and thickening your abdominal musculature. But the rest of your body benefits too. Locking your knees will train your frontal quad muscles, particularly the deeper muscles of the thigh. Doing your leg raises hanging also forces the hard-to-reach muscles which connect the shoulder girdle, the serratus and intercostals of the rib cage, to fire strongly and assist the movement. Even the grip and forearms are getting a solid workout here. Basic posture. Jump up and grab an overhead bar with an overhand grip. Your hands should be approximately shoulder width apart. Bend your knees so that they are at approximately 45 degrees off straight, which is the angle exactly between straight legs and knees at a right angle. Your feet should be clear of the floor. Keep shoulders tight and body braced with the stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly lift your knees up. Exhale as you lift. Keep your knees locked at the same 45-degree angle throughout. Continue lifting until your feet are directly opposite your hips. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your legs back down. Inhale as you lower. Continue until you've reached the starting position again and repeat. Hidden steps. Hanging bent leg raises. You can make this exercise easier by bending your legs a little more, by a few degrees, or to something just a little straighter than hanging knee raises. Straighten your legs over time. Progression levels. Hanging bent leg raises. Begin the hanging bent knee raises with 1 set of 5 perfect reps. Gradually add reps from workout to workout until you can perform a strict set of 10 repetitions. When you achieve this goal, add a second set of 5 and build up to 2 sets of 15 before moving to step 8. Step 8. Hanging frog raises. Your next goal is to gain the ability to straighten your legs fully as you do leg raises. This not only requires strength but also suppleness in the back of the body, the hamstrings, the rear hips, the lower back, and spine. The best way to gain this kind of flexibility, once you already have a good level of waist strength, is by applying frog transitions. In prison training, a frog transition means straightening your bent legs in the top leg raise position. You already learned this in step 4 when you were flat on the ground. Now we're going to be doing the hanging version. Basic posture. Jump up and grab an overhead bar with an overhand grip. Your hands should be approximately shoulder width apart. Bend your knees so that they are at approximately 45 degrees off straight, which is the angle exactly between straight legs and knees at a right angle. Your feet should be clear of the floor. Keep shoulders tight and body braced with the stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly lift your knees up. Exhale as you lift. Keep your knees locked at the same 45-degree angle throughout. Continue lifting until your feet are directly opposite your hips. When you reach this position, press your feet out in a straight line until your legs are locked. Now your body will form a right angle or jackknife with your legs parallel to the floor. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Keeping your legs locked straight, slowly lower your legs back down. Inhale as you go, taking at least 4 seconds to fully lower your legs. At this point, bend your knees again until they are fixed at 45 degrees and repeat the technique. Hidden steps. Hanging frog raises. When athletes struggle with hanging frog raises, the problem is usually lack of strength flexibility in the posterior chain. Working the top frog transition exclusively will cure this. Progression levels. Hanging frog raises. Begin the hanging frog raises with one set of 5 perfect reps. Gradually add reps from workout to workout until you can perform a strict set of 10 repetitions. When you achieve this goal, add a second set of 5 and build up to 2 sets of 15 before moving to step 9. Step 9. Partial straight leg raises. When you worked the earlier phase of the leg raise sequence off the floor, we had you go directly from lying frog raises to full lying straight leg raises. Now that you're hanging, things are a lot harder, so it'll be beneficial to athletes to insert an extra stage, an added technique, into the series at this point. Instead of moving straight to full hanging leg raises with perfectly straight legs, we want you to ease towards the master step with a partial version of hanging straight leg raises. Because lowering your legs all the way to vertical makes the exercise more demanding, partial straight leg raises will help an athlete gradually add strength and energy to the straight leg raise, while continually improving strength flexibility and protecting the lower back. This is a fantastic but underrated movement which will help prepare an athlete for full leg raises by simultaneously building flexibility and core strength. Don't ignore this great technique. Basic posture. Jump up and grab an overhead bar with an overhand shoulder width grip. Bend your knees so that they are at approximately 45 degrees off straight. Keep shoulders tight and body braced with the stomach tucked in. Smoothly lift your legs, keeping your knees locked at the 45-degree angle throughout. Continue lifting until your feet are directly opposite your hips. When you reach this position, press your feet out in a straight line until your legs are locked. Now, lower your locked legs until they are pointing diagonally to the ground and hold the position there. This is the starting position. Positive. Exhale as you smoothly raise your straight legs up. Keep your knees locked so that your legs are perfectly straight throughout. Continue lifting until your feet are directly opposite your hips and your body forms a right angle or jackknife with your legs perpendicular to the floor. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Inhale as you reverse the movement and slowly lower your legs. Stop when your legs are in the diagonal starting position again and repeat. Hidden steps. Partial straight leg raises. If you can do hanging frog raises, you'll be able to control the top movement of partial straight leg raises. If you need to, just increase the range of motion over time. Regression levels. Partial straight leg raises. Begin this exercise with one set of 5 perfect reps. Gradually add reps from workout to workout until you can perform a strict set of 10 repetitions. When you achieve this goal, add a second set of 5 and build up to 2 sets of 15 before moving to step 10, the master step. Step 10, master step. Hanging straight leg raises. So we've come to the master step of the leg raise series. The hanging straight leg raise, performed strictly and for reps, is the gold standard of abdominal strength techniques. Once you're at the level where you can throw out sets of 20 to 30 rock-solid reps of this exercise, your abs will be thick and strong, but more importantly, they'll be functional, not just a pretty six-pack, but a real monster of an athletic core, which is capable of developing high levels of force. Hanging will work your serratus and intercostals, making these muscles stand out like fingers, and your obliques and flank muscles will be tight and strong from holding your hips in place. Your lumbar spine will achieve a gymnastic level of flexibility like fluid steel, and your chances of back pain will be greatly reduced. The bottom line, if you want to be stronger and more athletic than the next guy, you need the edge that straight leg raises can give you. Basic posture. Jump up and grab an overhead bar with an overhand grip. Your hands should be approximately shoulder width apart. Your legs should be locked and your entire extended body should form a straight line. Your feet should be clear of the floor. Keep shoulders tight and body braced with the stomach tucked in. Positive. Smoothly lift your legs up. Exhale as you lift up. Keep your knees locked so that your legs are perfectly straight throughout. Continue lifting until your feet are directly opposite your hips. Now your body will form a right angle or jackknife with your legs parallel to the floor. Pause in this position for a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your legs back down. Inhale as you lower. Continue until your body forms a perfectly straight line again, and repeat. For ease of reference, let's take a look at the 10 steps of the push-up series altogether. Step 1. Knee tucks. Build to 3 sets of 40, then begin. Step 2. Flat knee raises. Build to 3 sets of 35, then move to Step 3. Flat bent leg raises. Build to 3 sets of 30, then begin. Step 4. Flat frog raises. Build to 3 sets of 25, then move to Step 5. Flat straight leg raises. Build to 2 sets of 20, then begin Step 6. Hanging knee raises. Build to 2 sets of 15, then start Step 7. Hanging bent leg raises. Build to 2 sets of 15, then move to Step 8. Hanging frog raises. Build to 2 sets of 15, then go to Step 9. Partial straight leg raises. Build to 2 sets of 15, then finally advance to Step 10. You've reached the master step, hanging straight leg raises. For ease of reference, let's take a look at the 10 steps of the push-up series altogether. Step 1. Knee tucks. Build to 3 sets of 40, then begin. Step 2. Flat knee raises. Build to 3 sets of 35, then move to Step 3. Flat bent leg raises. Build to 3 sets of 30, then begin. Step 4. Flat frog raises. Build to 3 sets of 25, then move to Step 5. Flat straight leg raises. Build to 2 sets of 20, then begin Step 6. Hanging knee raises. Build to 2 sets of 15, then start Step 7. Hanging bent leg raises. Build to 2 sets of 15, then move to Step 8. Hanging frog raises. Build to 2 sets of 15, then go to Step 9. Partial straight leg raises. Build to 2 sets of 15, then finally advance to Step 10. You've reached the master step, hanging straight leg raises. Cell 3, the variance. If you feel like some variety and you really want to squeeze maximum strength and power out of your abs, there are a few good extra exercises you can use to help you do that. None of them are crunches, and none of them require expensive machines or those little electric shock gizmos. Instead, we're going to show you the way convicts have done it, using old-school exercises which work by harnessing pain and sweat. Let's do it. Sitting kips. Sitting kips are a great exercise for putting some explosive snap back into tight hip flexors. Many great abdominal exercises build muscle and power, but they are performed with quite a slow cadence. This does nothing for your hip flexor speed and power, but sitting kips are the solution. If you combine sitting kips with bridges to keep your hip flexors supple, your hips will never ever become slow and tight, like they are in a lot of muscle men. You begin sitting kips by sitting in a kneeling position on your shins and instep. With an explosive upwards movement, you flip your knees up and out and land on your feet. An athlete who adds seated kips to his or her routine will always have hip flexors with a snap needed for explosive agility. Training ideas. Once you get good at doing kips efficiently, they don't take much out of the body, so you can practice them any time. You might want to add them to your current workout or put them in a separate agility workout. You can do kips anytime, but they work particularly well as a drill after bridges when the hips are loose. To stay sharp, you don't need to do more than a set of 10. If this gets too easy, try doing seated kips with less arm swing, so the power comes directly from the hips. When you get really explosive, you'll be able to do kips with your arms folded on your chest. L-holds. L-holds are an old gymnastic strength exercise, but they're also popular with advanced martial artists who want to develop steely midsections. You might have seen pictures of Bruce Lee doing this exercise. L-holds work similar muscles to the straight leg raise, but whereas leg raises are dynamic, they involve moving strength. L-holds are static. They are essentially the top position of a straight leg raise, but done with the arms holding you off the floor instead of hanging. Training ideas. It looks simple, but holding your legs off the floor while you're perfectly straight takes great hip and abdominal strength, plus strong quads and a supple lower back. Compared to hanging raises, you also need greater arm strength to press your body weight off the floor. Just like leg raises, you can learn this technique progressively by beginning with bent legs and straightening them out as you get stronger. L-holds are not superior to leg raises because they don't build functional dynamic strength where the muscles and limbs have to move. But they are a great alternative to leg raises, maybe when you can't hang off something. They're also good maybe if you have a nagging hip injury, because you can train all the muscles of your midsection isometrically without having them rub up and down over the joints. Jackknife sit-ups. We've just shown you the 10 steps of the leg raise series, and if you've read the convict conditioning manual, you'll know how to perform sit-ups correctly too. Jackknife sit-ups are an interesting exercise because they form a missing link between these two exercises. They are a combination of a leg raise and a sit-up. Start lying on the floor with your arms straight out behind your head. Raise your trunk and legs at the same time and bring your arms up to touch your toes or instep. Only your butt should be on the floor at the top of the movement. Reverse the motion for the negative and complete your reps. Try to keep your legs fairly straight throughout the exercise. Bending the knees makes things easier. Training ideas. Because you are raising your torso as for a sit-up and your legs also, only your butt should make contact with the floor, acting as a hinge. This introduces the balance factor into the exercise, which places further demands on the midsection and abs. For these reasons, jackknife sit-ups are a fairly demanding sit-up variant. They're recommended for athletes whose sit-ups have reached high numbers to add intensity. They also work well for variety, or as an ancillary exercise to toast your abs after standard leg raises. Hanging circles. Hanging circles are a very powerful exercise which activate all the muscles of the waist, abdomen, and rib cage. Whereas in hanging leg raises you lift your legs up and down, for hanging circles you swing your legs in as wide a circle as possible. First clockwise, then anti-clockwise, and so on. This circle motion does a lot to activate the obliques and flanks of muscle at the side of the waist, as well as all the little hip and inner and outer thigh muscles, which may not get worked as dynamically by standard leg raises. Circles are an advanced exercise and should be practiced with some body English to help activate the entire midsection. Training ideas. This is a demanding exercise if you do it as shown. You need to be quite expert at leg raises already if you want to attempt this variant. Like all bodyweight exercises, you can make things easier by reducing leverage. You can simply bend the legs. But unless you are at least halfway through the 10 steps of the leg raise, there's no point adding extra work like this anyway. Just focus on the basics and get stronger and stronger. We hope you enjoyed this DVD, but more than that, we hope you'll put the lessons in here into practice. Nobody ever got a six-pack from hell by just watching a DVD. You need to get started with these exercises. Not knowing where to start isn't an excuse anymore. Go back to the DVD and start step 1, knee tucks. Do it tonight. If you have any extra questions, go to the forum at dragondoor.com or grab yourself a copy of the Convict Conditioning Manual. Until next time, keep doing those leg raises. We hope you enjoyed this DVD, but more than that, we hope you'll put the lessons in here into practice. Nobody ever got a six-pack from hell by just watching a DVD. You need to get started with these exercises. Not knowing where to start isn't an excuse anymore. Go back to the DVD and start step 1, knee tucks. Do it tonight. If you have any extra questions, go to the forum at dragondoor.com or grab yourself a copy of the Convict Conditioning Manual. Until next time, keep doing those leg raises. Advanced bridging, forging an iron spine. The convict conditioning system represents the most powerful, efficient distillation of the best hardcore prison bodyweight training methods ever to exist. Many of these older, very potent solitary training systems are on the verge of dying out behind bars as American prisoners begin to gain access to weight gyms and modern bodybuilding thinking floods into the prisons. That's why we chose to shoot these groundbreaking DVDs at Alcatraz. Back in the day, The Rock was the biggest, baddest jailhouse there was. It seemed like the right place to show you the most powerful prison training techniques there are. In this system, no matter what kind of movement we're working on, we focus on a chain of 10 progressive exercises. When you master one exercise, you move on to the next, and so on. Because the later exercises build on the earlier ones, they are sometimes called the 10 steps. When you reach the 10th exercise, you will be just about as strong as it's possible for a human being to be in that movement. For this reason, the 10th exercise in any chain is called the master step. How all this works will be crystal clear if you picked up a copy of the Convict Conditioning Bodyweight Manual. Many people know bridging movements from Eastern disciplines like yoga. As a result, many people think of the bridge as a hold. You get into, say, a full bridge and you hold it, like this. In traditional Western-type strength training where bridging movements are still used to strengthen the spine, wrestling and gymnastics are good examples. The bridge is a dynamic movement. It involves motion. It's not just a static hold. You move up and down. The way bridges are done in American prisons is more akin to the Western way. When you do pull-ups, you do, say, 2 sets of 10 repetitions. The same is true for push-ups or leg raises. It's also true for bridges. Don't just push up into a single bridge, hold it, then relax. When you bridge, perform sets and reps the exact same way you would for any other exercise. Yoga is great for suppleness and gentle toning, but if you want a powerful spine with dense tendons and thicker muscles, you should be using the bridge to repeatedly move your body weight up and down. Muscles gain size and strength fastest when you fatigue their cellular energy, and the most efficient way to do this is through movement under resistance. Using bridges as a moving up and down exercise will also work more muscle groups than just holding the top position of a bridge. Your back has evolved to move, and as you press up and down into your bridges, emphasis shifts from one set of muscles to others. There certainly are benefits to holding the bridge at the top, not least the fact that it stimulates the deepest layer of spinal tissue. Combine both techniques. Move during bridging practice and pause at the top. This leads us automatically to the next commandment. There are lots of exercises which work the posterior chain. You can do hamstring curls for the back of the thighs, hyperextensions or deadlifts for the spine, shrugs for the trapezius muscles, and so on. But no exercise in existence works the spine as well as the bridge. Many other exercises, particularly weighted exercises, move the back up and down, but bridging works the spinal arch to its maximum degree. This in turn works the deepest muscles of the spine, the ones running along and in between the vertebrae, which are often only superficially worked by barbell training. The bridge, essentially, is an exercise in arching the spine under the body's own resistance. The arch is most pronounced at the top of the bridge when you're pushing as high as you can. For this reason, to strengthen the deep muscles of the back as much as possible, you should milk your bridges by always pausing at the top when you're at your most arched for at least a count of 1. A 2 count would be better if you really want to reap the rewards of a powerful spinal arch. Powerful, healthy spinal erectors which are trained to arch well are worth their weight in gold to any strength athlete. Any architect will tell you how strong an arch is. When the spine is convex and rounds forward, you risk all types of nasty back injury. That's why when we lift heavy objects, we're told to arch the back slightly if we can. It makes us stronger and much safer. We arch the back when we pick something up or curl something. Powerlifters even arch their spines during upper body movements like the bench press. Make the most of your bridging exercises, and always make the effort to hold it when the arch is at its highest point. It will be incredibly worthwhile if you do this. With a lot of exercises, such as squats, push-ups, and leg raises, athletes are often advised to breathe a certain way. For example, during a push-up, it's helpful to inhale on the way down and breathe out on the way up. This use of alternating breathing relative to your direction exploits the natural expansion and contraction of the rib cage. When you begin performing more difficult bridges, your chest will be consistently open and your diaphragm stretched. At first, you'll find it difficult to take in enough air. For this reason, the best approach to breathing during bridging isn't to try and link breathing to your movement. Instead, just try to breathe as normally and smoothly as possible. Avoid heavy, panting, choppy breaths and focus on drawing in the good lungfuls of air you need during healthy exercise. This will be tough at first because your ribs may be stiff, but do your best. Over time, your rib cage will gain strength and flexibility, and you'll be able to breathe deeply and smoothly when you bridge. Never hold your breath when you bridge. A lot of bridgers tend to spread their legs pretty wide. Sometimes for wall walking bridges or closing bridges, advanced forms of bridging we will look at later, spreading the feet extra wide makes the exercise easier because it places you lower to the ground to begin with. If you're going to bend over backwards into a bridge, you're at an instant advantage if you're closer to the ground. The reality is, though, that very wide stances are a type of cheating. Plus, they put the hips in a vulnerable position when you're bending back, and this can irritate them. Whenever you bridge, right from step one, avoid wide stances. Keep your feet shoulder width or a little narrower. Get into this movement pattern and you'll gain greater strength and flexibility in bridging. When you get to later, more advanced stages, you won't need tricks because you'll have a grounding in good technique from the start. It's a common mistake, usually amongst men, to push up into bridges using mostly upper body strength. Some guys bridge by pushing hard through the arms while their legs are virtually relaxed by comparison. It's no wonder that in some circles the full bridge, performed for reps, is actually called the reverse push-up. This approach is the wrong one. The muscles of the posterior chain and even the spine are complex and are activated by both the upper and lower limbs. You need to push into a full bridge with your arms and your legs. This is why prison bodyweight systems often focus on basic bridging exercises which teach athletes how to bridge with the legs before the arms, so the lower body doesn't get forgotten down the road. When pressing into a bridge, push down through the hands and feet and continue pushing in an attempt to totally straighten your arms and legs. Unless you are a contortionist and the perfect bridger, you won't actually be able to achieve this, but it's a good visualization technique to remember if you find yourself only pushing up with your arms. When a lot of guys do push-ups, they neglect to think what their hands are doing. And this is a mistake because the forearms, elbows, and upper arms follow the hands. That just means that the biomechanics of the lower and upper arms is directly linked to what the hands are doing. A lot of guys push through the palms, particularly the palm heel. This is wrong. Whenever you press off your hands, whether in a push-up, a handstand push-up, or during a bridge, you should spread the tension evenly through your entire hand. Not just the palms, but also all the fingers and the thumbs too. Pressing this way not only strengthens the hands, it also transmits the moving forces of the exercise more evenly up the forearm. This in turn leads to fewer strain injuries to the forearm and elbows. These kinds of injuries, like golfer's elbow, tennis elbow, or carpal tunnel, are common in weightlifting because during pressing motions, The hands are wrapped around a bar, and the digits aren't free to extend as they evolve to. So when you bridge, use those digits and learn to push through the entire hand. Many athletes, when they bridge, are at a loss as to what to do with their head. They either struggle to hold their head up, or they just let it flop backwards under gravity. Both of these options are bad ideas. The noggin is pretty heavy. It can weigh upwards of 10 pounds. Straining to hold your head up while you bridge will quickly tire out the muscles of the throat, and letting your head just drop down does nothing for your bridging and may even injure the vertebrae of the neck. So how should you move your head during bridges? When you're bridging, certainly if you're doing anything beyond angle bridges, you should forget your head and instead focus on pressing your chin up towards the ceiling. This action will automatically control the backwards rotation of your head. Keep pushing until you can see the wall behind you and then stop. This technique activates the hard-to-reach muscles of the upper spine, the cervical spine, and makes this area more flexible and healthy. All forms of bridging strongly activate the lumbar spine and T-spine, but activating the C-spine as well will go a long way to improving your total suppleness and spinal strength. It will also improve your posture and, if performed correctly, eliminate a lot of neck pain. A lot of strength coaches, the good ones anyway, talk about squeezing the glutes, the butt muscles, during any back movement. This is because the glutes act as stabilizers to the vertebrae of the lower back, cushioning the lumbar area and giving an internal layer of protection. When you are bridging, however, you don't need to worry about consciously squeezing your glutes. Instead, when you reach the top of any bridge movement, focus on pushing your hips up as high as they will go. You may only manage an inch or two of extra height. That's fine. But when you think you're at the top, make that extra effort to press the hips up into the air. The glutes are the muscles at the back that extend the hips. So by pushing your hips high, you're not only performing a better bridge, you're automatically contracting your glutes during the action. This motion will also release any tension in the tight hip flexors at the front, rendering them more flexible. So when you bridge, don't concentrate on tensing any individual muscle group. You don't need to. Concentrate on the action of pushing your hips up, and you'll increase your strength and flexibility while simultaneously protecting your lower back. When you see a lot of athletes bridge, particularly when using advanced variations like wall walking, you'll often see them lift their heels and go on tiptoes like this. The justification is that this action takes pressure off the lower back. It is true that pressing down through the heels during bridging, or during any exercise where your feet are on the floor, activates the posterior chain of muscles. For this reason, lifting your heels can make you feel less tension in your back during bridging. But this is the opposite of what you want. The whole point of bridging is to train the deep muscles of the spine and posterior chain. If bridging causes your lower back to become sore because you lack flexibility, the solution isn't to lift your heels. The solution is to improve your flexibility. You do this by working through the bridging series methodically, increasing your hip and spine flexibility at the same pace as your strength. Keep your heels flat on the floor to get the most out of your bridging. Never raise your heels. Bridging is a peak contraction exercise. This means that the muscles of the hips and spine, which are not used to being contracted much at all in modern life, are made to flex as hard as possible to arch the spine. After you finish, your back will feel pumped up and tight where the tension has been generated. If you flex your biceps hard, all the waste accumulated in the biceps drains away quite quickly because the biceps is simple and usually hangs quite relaxed. But the muscles of the spine and hips are complex and tighten a little as soon as you stand or sit up. For this reason, your back can hold a lot of tension for a while after bridging. So briefly stretching out your back after a set of bridges is a wonderful idea. You can perform some standing forward bends or just round your spine forwards for 10 seconds while lying on the floor. Another option would be to follow a set of bridges with one of the leg raise movements, which stretch out the spine as you strengthen your core. Alternating these two is a particularly efficient way to train. Not only will this post-set stretching feel great because you're releasing the waste and tension built up in your back, but you'll also find you're more flexible after bridging because your nervous system is fired up and easier to control. You don't have to stretch hard, but if you're into serious stretching, maybe you're a martial artist, performing forward stretches immediately after bridging is a wonderful idea. Because your back is hot and full of blood, the chances of a stretching injury will be greatly reduced. Step 1. Short bridges. We've just discussed the importance of the posterior chain group of muscles, the spine, the hip flexors, glutes, hamstrings, and so on. Most coaches understand how important this chain is to basic actions such as sprinting, throwing, and so on. As a result, many people appreciate the importance of posterior chain training for strength, performance, and safety. Most people do this using weighted exercises like deadlifts or good mornings. Before we get to more advanced bridges, which require lots of waist and spine flexibility, it's best to start with short bridges, which will strengthen your back and hips gradually and without strain. Basic posture. Lie on your back with hands crossed on your stomach. Your feet should be drawn in approximately 6 to 8 inches from your butt. Your feet should be flat on the floor and approximately shoulder width apart. Positive. Push through your feet and lift your butt off the floor. Keep your knees relaxed and neutral. Continue pushing until your spine and hips form a straight line with no sagging. Breathe normally throughout the exercise. Pause in this position for at least a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your hips back down. Lower yourself under muscular control, don't just collapse onto the floor. Continue until you reach the starting position again and repeat. Hidden steps, short bridges. This exercise shouldn't pose a problem unless you're very deconditioned. If you have trouble, reduce the range of motion at first by placing some cushions under your hips. Progression levels, short bridges. Begin this exercise with one set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 25, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 25, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 50 before moving to step 2. Step 2. Straight bridges. All kinds of bridges work the spinal muscles and hip extensors, the posterior chain muscles. In short bridges, you activated these posterior chain muscles through the lower limbs. You push down through the feet. This is how most people activate their spine and hips in everyday life. We run, we bend, we jump. Bridging is a total posterior chain exercise because it activates the spinal muscles from both ends, not just through the feet and hip girdle, but also through the hands and shoulder girdle. In step 2, we're going to begin using the upper limbs as well. We're going to show you the most fundamental way to begin working with this aspect of bridging, and that's through straight bridges. Basic posture. Sit on the ground with your legs stretched out in front of you. Your legs should be straight with your feet approximately shoulder width apart. Place your palms either side of you and behind your back, at least 4 to 6 inches back. Sit up straight so that your body is in the jackknife position. Positive. Push through your palms and heels and lift your butt off the floor. Keep your arms and legs locked straight. Draw your chin up and look towards the ceiling. Continue pushing until your spine, hips, and legs all form a straight line with no sagging. Breathe normally throughout the exercise. Pause in this position for at least a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your hips back down. Lower yourself under muscular control. Don't just collapse onto the floor. Continue until you reach the starting position again and repeat. Hidden steps, straight bridges. This exercise can be made easier by improving your leverage. This is done by bending the legs while keeping the arms straight. Over time, straighten your legs into the straight bridge. Progression levels, straight bridges. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 20, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 20, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 40 before moving to step 3. Step 3. Angle bridges. Short bridges and straight bridges will have strengthened and conditioned the muscles of your posterior chain, particularly the hamstrings, your glutes, and the lower back, easing out stiffness or disuse issues and replacing them with healthy muscle. But if you want to master full bridges, you'll also need a shoulder girdle with the strength flexibility required to properly perform the palms alongside head handhold. Angle bridges are the first exercise where you utilize this classic position, but due to the angle, the range of motion and pressure through the arms and shoulders is reduced, making this a perfect transitional exercise to allow students to progress toward harder bridging. Basic posture. Sit on a sturdy object which reaches around knee height or a little taller. Prisoners use bunks, but a bench, bed, or couch is acceptable. Lay back and shuffle forward so that your hips and lower back are clear of the surface. Your legs should be bent with your feet approximately shoulder width apart. Place your hands either side of your head with your fingers pointing down towards your feet. Positive. Push through your palms and heels and lift your shoulders off the bunk or bench. Draw your chin up and look towards the ceiling. Continue pushing until your shoulders have reached as high as possible. You will now be supporting your body weight using only your hands and feet. Pause in this position for at least a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement and slowly lower your upper back and head down onto the bunk or bench. Breathe normally throughout the exercise. Continue until you've reached the starting position again and repeat. Hidden steps, angle bridges. Angle bridging is easier the higher your hands are. If bridging off a bed or bunk is too hard at first, try using the edge of a desk or table and try the bunk again later. Progression levels, angle bridges. Start angle bridges with a single set of 8 reps. Continue adding reps until you can do 15. At this point, add a second set of 8. Keep on adding strict reps until you can perform 2 sets of 15, then add a third set of 8. Gradually work up to 3 sets of 30 before moving to step 4. Step 4. head bridges. Once you've completed a course of angle bridges, your hands, wrists, and arms will have the strength to support your body weight, and your shoulders will have the rotational strength flexibility required to maintain the palms alongside head position under tension. This means most people will be able to hold a bridge in the top position. Pushing yourself into a bridge all the way from a flat floor will be somewhat harder on the shoulders, however, so before you launch into full bridges, it makes sense to continue your training gradually by working only on the top half of the full bridge. That's the purpose behind this stage. Basic posture. Lie flat on your back. Your feet should be drawn in approximately 6 to 8 inches from your butt. Your feet should be flat on the floor and approximately shoulder width apart. Place your hands either side of your head with your fingers pointing down towards your feet. Press down through your arms and legs and lift your back off the floor. Arch your back and push your hips as high as you can. Draw your chin up and look towards the wall behind you. Negative. Keeping the arch in your spine, smoothly bend your arms and legs. Lower yourself under muscular control, don't bang your head on the floor. Continue descending until your head gently makes contact with the floor. Positive. Push through your palms and heels again, lifting the head from the floor. Keep your chin pointing to the ceiling. Continue pushing until you're back in the top position with your hips as high as you can get them. Breathe normally throughout the exercise. Pause in the bridge hold for at least a 1 count before repeating the technique. Hidden steps, head bridges. If you can't get into a full bridge hold yet, pushing off with a basketball under your hips will help you. If touching the head to the floor is a problem, increase your range over time. Progression levels, head bridges. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 8. When you have built to 15 reps, add a second set and continue adding strict reps whenever you can. Since we are moving towards harder bridges now, stick with 2 work sets and build to 25 reps on each set before moving to step 5. Step 5. Half bridges. The program of angle bridges will have given you the wrist and shoulder flexibility and rotational strength to perform the correct hand position required for harder bridging. With head bridges, the athlete applied this hand position on the floor, and the horizontal surface will have increased the weight going through the shoulders and arms. Now that the shoulders, elbows, and hands are conditioned for bridging, the next step is to begin increasing the depth of the horizontal bridging movement. That's what half bridges do, and as a result they condition the deeper spinal muscles. Basic posture. Sit on the floor with a basketball behind your lower back. Your feet should be flat on the floor and approximately shoulder width apart. Lean back so that you're lying over the ball until your shoulders and upper back are on the floor. Place your hands either side of your head with your fingers pointing down towards your feet. Press down through your arms and lift your shoulders and head off the ground. At this point, you should be supported by 5 points. Your palms and soles will be pushing on the floor, and your lower back will be resting on the ball. If this is uncomfortable, you can lay a towel or blanket over the ball before you begin. Positive. Press down through your arms and legs and lift your lower back clear of the ball. Draw your chin up and look towards the wall behind you. Straighten your arms and legs as much as possible. Arch your back and push your hips as high as you can. Pause in the bridge hold for at least a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement, smoothly bending your arms and legs. Breathe normally throughout the exercise. Continue descending until your lower back gently makes contact with the ball again. Hidden steps, half bridges. To make the half bridge easier at first, just make your base higher. You can do this by putting a pillow or folded blanket on top of the basketball until you get stronger. Progression levels, half bridges. Begin your half bridges with one set of 8 perfect reps. Gradually add reps from workout to workout until you can perform a strict set of 15 repetitions. When you achieve this goal, add a second set of 8 and build up to 2 sets of 20 before moving to step 6, full bridges. Step 6, full bridges. Once you've mastered the easier top half of the bridge, it's time to push all the way off the floor. You should be able to do this at least once already, to be able to get into a full bridge hold to start your head bridges and half bridges. Now you're going to be pushing off the floor for every rep. The full bridge is one of the cornerstones of all calisthenics training, right up there with the push-up, the squat, and the pull-up. There's a good reason for this. Bridging strengthens the spine and posterior chain. It loosens up the hip flexors and abdominal wall, which are mercilessly tight in most strength athletes. It opens the rib cage, improves breathing, and tones the arms and legs. Plus, if you build up to it, it's not only safe, bridging can actually heal low back pain, spinal problems, and shoulder problems. Learn to love the bridge. Basic posture. Lie flat on your back. Your feet should be drawn in approximately 6 to 8 inches from your butt. Your feet should be flat on the floor and approximately shoulder width apart. Place your hands either side of your head with your fingers pointing down towards your feet. Positive. Press down through your arms and legs and lift your body clear of the ground. Draw your chin up and look towards the wall behind you. Straighten your arms and legs as much as possible. Arch your back and push your hips as high as you can. Pause in the bridge hold for at least a 1 count. Negative. Reverse the movement, smoothly bending your arms and legs. Breathe normally throughout the exercise. Continue descending until your head, back, and hips are resting on the floor again, and immediately repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, full bridges. Use progressively smaller bases, e.g. mini soccer ball, softball, until you can easily bridge from the floor. If you can perform half bridges but you can't yet bridge all the way from the floor, begin by using a distance marker somewhere between the height of the floor and the height of the basketball. A good tacky football laid on its side is an ideal halfway option. Progression levels, full bridges. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 6 reps and add reps until you can perform a strict set of 10. Then add a second set of 6. Build up to 2 sets of 15 before moving to the next step. Remember, when it comes to full bridges, quality is more important than quantity. Step 7. Wall walking bridges, down. Most bodyweight athletes only go so far as to master the full bridge. The full bridge is an awesome exercise conveying many benefits, but if you want to get the best strength and flexibility you can out of bridging, the time will come where you'll have to move on to more advanced bridges. For this next step, you'll begin exploring stronger, bigger bridging movements. The next 2 exercises will induct you into the art of wall walking. That is, bridging from standing using the wall. The first stage of wall walking that bridgers must learn is how to walk down the wall safely. Obviously, walking up the wall will be harder due to gravity, so we start like this to learn the basic technique, range of motion, and to get your confidence, balance, and vestibular system used to wall bridging. Before you start this exercise, make some safety preparations. Check that your hands are dry. If they are sweaty, wipe them down. You want to have dry hands if you're walking down the wall so that you don't slip and smack into the floor. Also, make certain there's nothing between you and the wall that you could slip on or fall onto. If you're new to wall walking, you might want to dump some pillows or cushioning next to the wall so that if you do fall, you'll be safe. Once you've started, if you get in trouble or feel you can't go any further, just push yourself away from the wall or go back up. Once you've looked into safety, you're ready to roll. Basic posture. Start by standing approximately 1 arm's length from a solid wall. If you're not sure how far away you need to be, start closer to the wall for safety's sake. You can always adjust and step away if you need to. Your posture should be natural with the feet about shoulder width apart. Push your hips forwards until they are as far as they can go. Bend at the knees a little to keep upright. As you do this, draw your chin up and look towards the wall behind you. Once you can see the wall, bring your hands up over your shoulders and place them on a point you can see. It's important to place your hands on the wall under control. Don't just fall back onto it. Once your hands are secure, lean back and put some of your body weight through your hands and fingers. Your hands should be level, with your knees a little bent and pressure running through your heels and hands. This is the basic starting position for all wall walking. Negative. Take one hand off the wall and lower it by a few inches before placing it securely on the wall again. Now do the same with your other hand, placing it even further down the wall. Repeat this process, making sure you push hard through the wall when only one hand is making contact. At first, use small steps with your hands as you find your way. Take as many hand steps as you need and shuffle your feet forwards as you go. Try to breathe normally during all wall walking. Keep taking these steps until you are close to the bottom of the wall. When you are ready, place one palm flat on the floor next to the wall and put your weight through it. Now place your other palm on the floor. Straighten your arms and legs as much as possible. Arch your back and push your hips as high as you can. You will now be in a full bridge hold next to the wall. Positive. Lower your butt and shoulders to the floor and stand up. To perform your subsequent rep, reposition yourself next to the wall. Hidden steps, wall walking bridges, down. Very few athletes manage to walk down the wall first time of asking, but if you mark your depth and work on being progressive, you will achieve this feat sooner than you think. Progression levels, wall walking bridges, down. Once you've mastered the basic movement, begin this exercise with one set of 3 full reps, to the floor and back up. Add reps until you can perform one set of 6 repetitions. Once you achieve this, add a second set of 3 and build up to 2 sets of 10 before moving to step 8. Step 8. Wall walking bridges, up. Now that you can walk down the wall, the next step is learning to walk up. Walking down will have given you the balance and flexibility to walk up. The range of motion is just the same, but walking your body weight up a wall requires greater strength due to the fact that you're fighting gravity too. So this next step makes for a perfect progression. It also makes for a good special exercise to prepare you for harder bridging. This exercise is an important step in the series. Previous bridging has involved pushing your body into an arch using your arms and legs. That method also involves strength in your hip extensors, the glutes, spine, and hamstrings to create the body arch. But now you're also straightening your body. This requires increased strength from the hip flexors, the abs, and thighs. At this level, bridges are becoming a total body workout. We're beginning to strengthen our entire body with bridges now, posterior and anterior chains. Basic posture. Assume the same basic posture you learned for walking down the wall. Negative. Take many steps down the wall with your hands, as before. Shuffle your feet forwards when you need to. Finish in a bridge hold next to the base of the wall. Positive. Place one palm on the wall and press through it until you generate enough tension to support yourself briefly. Then place your second palm on the wall in line with the first. Now begin to take many steps up with your hands, pressing through the palms, fingers, and thumbs. Try to breathe normally during all wall walking. Keep taking these hand steps until you're nearly back to the standing position. From here, gently push away from the wall and return to the standing position. Repeat the exercise. Hidden steps, wall walking bridges up. Begin this exercise by only hand walking down to a point where you're certain you can walk back up. Mark your progress and you'll find you rapidly increase your depth over time. Progression levels. Wall walking bridges up. The reps drop here because one rep involves both going down and coming back up. When you can complete 2 reps like this, start adding to the set gradually until you can perform 4 full down and up repetitions. From there, add a second set of 2 and build up to 2 sets of 8. Step 9. Closing bridges. Thanks to the last 2 steps, you've increased your muscular power and strength flexibility in bridging by going up and down using a wall. The goal now is to achieve a stand-to-stand bridge, that is, going up and down into a bridge but without the support of the wall. This is a hard ask, but it can be done. Since, as with wall work, going up from a bridge to standing is harder than going down from standing to a bridge, we're going to focus first on going down. Going from standing to a bridge is called a closing bridge. Closing bridges not only increase your control and flexibility, they are also a great exercise for building elastic strength in the anterior chain, the abs, the waist, hips, and legs. This is because during wall bridges, much of the moving force is transmitted through the arms into the wall. But without the wall to take the pressure, bridging like this is a great workout for the lower body and midsection. Make certain you are a master of wall walking before you even attempt this technique. It's not a matter of falling backwards, but smoothly bending backwards and placing your hands on the floor. Care should be taken in any kind of closing bridge to protect the head and spine in case of falls. Before you start your training, make certain there's nothing behind you for the distance of your height. If you want to cushion your fall before you start your set, you can. Basic posture. Your posture should be natural with the feet about shoulder width apart. Place your hands on your hips. Relax your breathing and try to breathe normally throughout the exercise. Negative. Push your hips forwards as you simultaneously arch your spine. When your hips are as far forward as possible with fairly straight legs, begin bending your knees and keep shifting your gravity forward. As you do this, draw your chin up and look towards the wall behind you. Continue arching until you can see the floor a few feet behind you. Once you can see a place to put your hands, take your hands off your hips and begin to bring them up over your shoulders. Continue shifting your gravity forward as your hands pass beyond your head and place your palms on a point you can see. It's important to place your hands on the floor under full control. Don't just fall back onto your hands. Once your hands are secure, lean back and put some of your body weight through your hands and fingers. Straighten your arms and legs as much as possible. Arch your back and push your hips as high as you can. You will now be in a full bridge hold on the floor. Positive. Lower your butt and shoulders to the floor and stand up. Reposition yourself correctly before performing your next rep. Hidden steps, closing bridges. Most athletes should gradually work up to closing bridges by using a set of stairs. Bridge back onto lower steps over time until you can bridge all the way back onto the floor. Progression levels, closing bridges. Once you've worked through closing bridges on the stairs, if you need to, begin by performing 1 rep on flat ground. Once you can perform 3 reps in succession, add a second single rep after a rest. Build up to 2 sets of 6 before moving to step 10, the master step. Step 10, master step, stand-to-stand bridges. We've reached the master step of the bridge series, the stand-to-stand bridge. A stand-to-stand bridge is just what the name suggests. You go from standing back into a bridge, then push up into the standing position again. So half this technique involves something you've already seen on this DVD, the previous step, the closing bridge. After performing a closing bridge, instead of sitting down and standing up again, you just push yourself back into the standing position. This sounds simple, but it's far from easy. Performing stand-to-stands correctly requires total body strength, high-level suppleness in the front and back of your body, good balance and coordination, and considerable strength flexibility in the shoulders. It even heals old aches and pains that slow you up. Despite the massive importance of all these qualities, bridging in the West is neglected to the point where, at least outside prison walls, it's virtually a forgotten art. Once you can perform this exercise, you can count yourself as 1 in 10,000 athletes. Before you start, you need to take the proper safety precautions you took for closing bridges. You need to establish the area you are training in is safe. For at least the distance of your own height behind the point where you'll be standing, make certain your training area is clear and safe. No sharp objects to hurt your hands or spine, and definitely no table edges to clonk your skull on. If falling is a real concern, you can always pad out the area behind you with blankets, pillows, or cushions. Confidence is a big part of success in learning stand-to-stands, so do whatever you personally need to do to feel confident and safe. But a safe area won't help if you use poor technique. Remember to perform this exercise under muscular control. It's not meant to be explosive. Stand-to-stands don't require momentum to help you get back up. If you've learned closing bridges incorrectly by falling back onto your hands, this is going to seem rough, maybe even impossible to you. But if you've learned to get to the floor using strength, flexibility, and by shifting your center of gravity down and forwards, then this shouldn't pose too much of a problem, because all you're doing is reversing the feeling and technique of a closing bridge. You have to be able to do this shift to fully understand what I mean. Basic posture. Your posture should be natural with the feet about shoulder width apart. Place your hands on your hips. Relax your breathing and try to breathe normally throughout the exercise. Negative. Push your hips forwards as you simultaneously arch your spine. When your hips are as far forward as possible with fairly straight legs, begin bending your knees and keep shifting your gravity forward. As you do this, draw your chin up and look towards the wall behind you. Continue arching until you can see the floor a few feet behind you. Once you can see a place to put your hands, take your hands off your hips and begin to bring them up over your shoulders. Continue shifting your gravity forward as your hands move beyond your head and place your palms on a point you can see. It's important to place your hands on the floor under full control. Don't just fall back onto your hands. Once your hands are secure, lean back and put some of your body weight through your hands and fingers. Straighten your arms and legs as much as possible. Arch your back and push your hips as high as you can. You will now be in a full bridge hold on the floor. Positive. Shift your center of gravity forward by pushing up through the arms while pressing your hips up and forward. Continue until more of your weight is going through your legs and less through your hands. If you need to take mini steps forwards with your hands as you go, do it. Keep going until your palms aren't needed anymore and lift off the floor. Continue the gravity shift as you straighten your spine a little and flip your arms back over your head. Place your arms by your side and pull your chin down to its normal position. Draw in the hips and straighten the legs and body until you are back in the starting position again. For ease of reference, let's take a look at the 10 steps of the bridge series all together. Step 1. Short bridges. Build to 3 sets of 50, then begin Step 2. Straight bridges. Build to 3 sets of 40, then move to Step 3. Angle bridges. Build to 3 sets of 30, then begin Step 4. Head bridges. Build to 2 sets of 25, then move to Step 5. Half bridges. Build to 2 sets of 20, then begin Step 6, full bridges. Build to 2 sets of 15, then start Step 7, bridge walking down the wall. Build to 2 sets of 10, then move to Step 8, bridge walking up the wall. Build to 2 sets of 8, then go to Step 9, closing bridges. Build to 2 sets of 6, then finally advance to Step 10. You've reached the master step. Stand-to-stand bridges. Cell 3, the variance. Now you've got those 10 steps as a fundamental resource, as the cornerstone of your back training, we're going to give you some more weapons for your armory. You may not ever feel the need to use these exercises we're about to show you. You may just want to stick with bridging. That's fine. But no matter how good or even essential any movement series is, it's good to have some variations in your pocket. This is particularly true when it comes to anything which involves the back or spine. If done correctly, bridging can help heal old back injuries, but so many athletes carry injuries or minor aches and pains in this area anyway that it can be helpful to have a few variant exercises if you need to work around a pulled muscle or stiff lower or upper back. It never hurts to have more movement skills under your belt, provided you apply them right and don't overuse them. Tripod bridge. Once you've mastered the full bridge, tripod bridges are an excellent and challenging variant. As the name suggests, you push up into the bridge position using just 3 limbs instead of the usual 4. Since the legs are stronger than the arms, the best way to learn is to push up using 2 arms and just 1 leg. This variation will really test your leg and trunk strength. That makes tripod bridges a good assessment exercise. If you've got any weaknesses in the bridge, they'll start to show in this technique. But if you're okay, try to build up to sets of 15 reps. If that gets easy, you're ready to try the advanced variation where you use 2 legs and just 1 arm, like this. This is a lot tougher and will really maximize your arm and shoulder strength. Due to the circular pressing movement, it will also strengthen your rotator cuffs if you build up to it properly. Because your lumbar muscles have to generate extra tension to keep your body stable, this is great for giving you a lower back made out of steel. An excellent variation to add into your program from time to time. Bow hold. A lot of athletes, men in particular, know lots of bodyweight exercises for the showy muscles of the body, but they neglect the functional muscles. And no muscles are more functional for strength and fitness than the spinal muscles and posterior chain. They might be able to show you 10 different push-up variants, but if you ask them to show you a good exercise for conditioning the spine, they'd be lost. That's one reason why it's good to know the bow hold. Apart from bridging, the bow hold is one of the best exercises to really work your spinal muscles. It's simple, safe, and fairly easy to learn. You just lie face down on the floor and lean back, grasping your ankles and pushing your chest and knees as high as you can. Your body looks like a bow, hence the name. Training ideas. This is a great exercise to add to your routine. It's not a substitute for bridging, which is better, but it does work the spinal muscles well and provides a good anterior chain stretch. It's a great alternative to bridging if you're feeling tired or if your arms are exhausted from training. You can build up to 30-second holds, or just hold the top position for a 2 count, then lower back down and go for reps. 2 or 3 sets of 10 reps makes for a great spinal workout with very little total body burnout. Camel hold. Once you've mastered the bow hold, the camel hold is a great spinal exercise to work with. The camel is a lot like the bow, but you do it upright instead of on your belly. You just kneel on the floor and lean back, grasping your ankles and pressing the hips forward. Because you can't use the leg muscles as much this way, the spinal erectors need to do most of the work, so the camel position is progressively more demanding than the bow position on the ground. As a result, the deeper muscles of the spine are activated really well. Training ideas. This exercise is actually pretty hard, particularly if you have a tight anterior chain and your back's not as strong as it should be. Most beginners and intermediates should learn the bow first. It's always useful to have some static or isometric exercises in your back training toolkit, because from time to time you might not want to do regular bridges. Maybe because of a shoulder injury, a wrist injury, or you just want some variety. Camel holds will keep the deeper muscles of your spine toned and in great condition if you need to substitute them for a while. Once you can do this exercise perfectly, build up to 30-second holds. 3 sets of holds will be enough to really work out any athlete's back muscles. Inverse hyperextensions. Hyperextensions and rear hyperextensions are exercises for the lower back and posterior chain which involve straightening the body at the hips. You normally need a special exercise unit to perform this exercise, or at least the help of a partner. But prisoners have figured out a way to perform hyperextensions alone and without any custom-made apparatus. You perform a headstand and lower your legs down towards the floor without letting them touch the ground. From there, you raise your legs back up straight using only the spinal muscles, glutes, and hamstrings. Here's what it looks like. Training ideas. This is never an exercise which is going to build thick, powerful back muscles, but hyperextensions are a great way to work the lower back and hamstrings safely. In a deadlift or good morning, your feet are on the ground, so the weight passes through your spine. This makes these exercises riskier if you have a bad back, but because your feet are in the air during wall hypers, minimal pressure is running down through your spine. This makes this exercise a perfect warm-up for a stiff back, or alternately, a therapy drill to loosen up your posterior chain and force lots of healing blood into a sore back. Be strict and work up to 3 or 4 sets of double figures to see good results. To make this movement easier, perform it from a shoulder stand. To make it harder, use a handstand. You are now in possession of the most advanced bridging progressions in the whole world. There's no excuse for a bad back or a weak spine anymore. We've given you the techniques. All you need to do is bring the willpower and actually start. Nobody can do it but you can do it. If you need support, come and visit us at the forum at dragondoor.com. We're there. Until next time, keep doing those bridges. Maximum Strength, the one-arm pull-up series. The convict conditioning system represents the most powerful, efficient distillation of the best hardcore prison bodyweight training methods ever to exist. Many of these older, very potent, solitary training systems are on the verge of dying out behind bars as American prisoners begin to gain access to weight gyms and modern bodybuilding thinking floods into the prisons. That's why we chose to shoot these groundbreaking DVDs at Alcatraz. Back in the day, The Rock was the biggest, baddest jailhouse there was. It seemed like the right place to show you the most powerful prison training techniques there are. In this system, no matter what kind of movement we're working on, we focus on a chain of 10 progressive exercises. When you master one exercise, you move on to the next, and so on. Because the later exercises build on the earlier ones, they are sometimes called the 10 steps. When you reach the 10th exercise, you'll be just about as strong as it's possible for a human being to be in that movement. For this reason, the 10th exercise in any chain is called the master step. How all this works will be crystal clear if you picked up a copy of the Convict Conditioning Bodyweight Manual. When you step up to do pull-ups, the first thing you have to consider is how you hold the bar. The best option is to use whatever grip seems the most natural to you. Most athletes use an overhand grip, with their palms facing away from them. Some prefer an underhand grip with the palms opposite the face. Experiment and discover what seems most natural, whichever has the best groove for your body type. When you perform pulling motions, many athletes find their hands tend to pronate, which just means that the palms want to turn away from your body a little. You might be able to feel this if you try close grip pull-ups with an underhand grip. The closer you pull, the more you feel your thumbs want to turn towards you. This effect means that one of the best grips for more advanced pull-ups involves a slight angle. So see if you can find a cambered pull-up bar or even a station that allows you to perform pull-ups with a hammer grip, which means the palms face each other. Using hanging rings is also a great option because it allows the hands to pronate freely. But be aware that hanging rings require a lot of extra strength because you need to stabilize their movement. The bottom line, get doing pull-ups and experiment. Use what works for you, even if it's different for each exercise. Many athletes begin their pull-ups from the bottom, like this. In convict conditioning, you're advised to begin your set from the top position with your chin over the bar, like so. This method improves performance, especially at the beginning of a set. Try it for yourself. Pick a hard pull-up variation, one that you can barely do a few reps with. If you begin in the hanging position, you'll often find that it's a real struggle to pull yourself up. But if you start with your chin already over the bar, then lower yourself, you'll find it much easier to pull yourself back up. It's as if descending from the top is like compressing a spring. You go all the way down and bang, you have the energy to snap back up. This works because the act of holding your body weight at the top, then descending, radically increases neurological recruitment, which helps you find the strength to get back up. You'll notice this technique is particularly helpful later on when you're working more advanced types of pull-ups. So get into this habit from day one. It doesn't matter if you have to stand on a chair or jump up to the bar, but always start your set from the top position. When you perform any compound calisthenics exercise with your arms, like pull-ups, it's really important to keep your shoulders tight. What does this mean? It means pulling the tops of your shoulders, the sockets, into your torso and keeping them there. This isn't a huge movement. When your arms are out, just tighten your back and lats to pull your shoulders down an inch or two. This is a fundamental strength drill to learn. Your shoulders consist of ball and socket joints. Unlike hinge joints, like your knees, or gliding joints, like your wrists, your shoulders aren't structurally locked into place. They're only held into place by a complex network of ligaments and soft tissue. Some athletes and bodybuilders like to fully extend their shoulders when they straighten their arms under load, almost like they are stretching their shoulders out. This is a mistake. When you do pull-ups or lift heavy weights and allow your shoulders to stretch out under load, you increase the chance of dislocation and risk irritating or injuring the soft tissue and tendons holding the shoulder in place. When you keep your shoulders down tight, the delicate joint becomes automatically stabilized and protected by a thick corset of muscle. So keep your shoulders tight when you train, especially during pull-ups. Often you hear about athletes performing straight arm or long arm pull-ups, meaning that they descend all the way until their arms are straight. Although you should perform most of your pull-ups using a full range of motion, when you hear that your arms should be straight, that doesn't mean that the elbows are locked. Locking your elbows under a heavy load can cause the joints to pinch, leading to soft tissue irritation or even the chance of hyperextension of the joint. This is just as true for pull-ups as it is for push-ups. So, at the bottom of a pull-up, straighten your arms, but always leave a slight kink at your elbows. Don't fully extend like this. Always leave a little bend like this. This trick is called keeping your elbows soft. It retains muscular tension in the arms and will protect your joints over the long term. But don't use this as an excuse to only use half a range of motion during exercises that are a full range of motion. A very slight kink is all you need. There are very few isolation exercises in proper bodyweight strength training. True strength requires the whole body to some degree. The body is a chain, a system. So you should work your entire body in some way with every single movement you do. The same is true for pull-ups. Even though pull-ups are mainly an upper body exercise, focusing on the arms and back, the whole body needs to be moved, so the waist and legs need to find a place too. Because the midsection supports the waist, many novices get sore abs from pull-ups, because most people aren't used to holding the legs off the ground in everyday life. So when performing pull-ups, don't just look at what your hands and arms are doing. Take your lower body posture seriously too. Ideally, keep everything tight, stomach, hips and legs. You'll begin noticing how important this is during the first 3 pull-up steps, where some of the body's weight is passing through the spine and lower body. Once you're performing the hanging exercises, keeping the legs together and the ankles looped behind you is a great way to keep your lower body locked into position. This not only keeps your entire body braced as a system, it also goes a long way to eliminate cheating. From your first proper pull-up, learn how to set your legs correctly. There are a lot of opinions on just how high you should lift your body during pull-ups. Some people say lift until your chest touches the bar, until your eyes go over the bar, or whatever. The best indicator, and the one most often used in prison training, is the chin. When your chin passes over the bar, you've performed a rep, like this. Anything less and the muscles aren't worked to the full range. Pulling even higher until the chest or even the sternum touch the bar is harder, but it limits your ultimate strength potential because it shifts the focus of the exercise from the stronger lateral muscles to the smaller mid-back muscles. You don't need to go this high. Getting your jaw over the bar is perfect. One way to make pull-ups a lot easier is to throw the knees up during a rep. This is called kipping. Let's show you an example. This is a pull-up without kipping. Watch the legs. Now watch a pull-up with a kip to see the difference in form. Again, watch the legs. Kipping generates momentum in the lower body, which translates into less pulling force through the arms. Kipping isn't necessarily the same as cheating. Kipping is a tool to be used very carefully. It's always a good idea that beginners to convict conditioning, or calisthenics generally, avoid kipping as much as possible. During the early stages of training, strict form is necessary to build muscle, hardwire good technique into your nervous system, and protect unprepared joints from jarring forces. But as you become more advanced, it's permissible to use kipping under certain circumstances. Once you're working on step 5, full pull-ups, you can begin to add some kipping reps to the end of a set of strict pull-ups when you can't perform pull-ups strictly anymore. At this stage, kipping should be done to make the set harder, not easier. For at least the first 7 steps of the series, you shouldn't count any of your kipping reps towards your progression standard. Once you're at step 8, half one-arm pull-ups, you can throw some kipping into your technique to allow you to perform the most difficult exercises. In order to work their torso muscles to the max, a lot of strength athletes and bodybuilders feel the need to keep their elbows jammed out to the side when working out. You commonly see this with bench presses and shoulder presses, but it's something you sometimes see with pull-ups too. Some very strong bodybuilders go so far as to pull themselves up so the napes of their neck touch the bar before they descend. This really forces the elbows out. It's a lot like the opposite version of a press behind neck, where you pull down instead of pushing up. The theory behind flaring your shoulders out is that the exaggerated position forces extra pressure into the shoulders and torso muscles. The reality is different. Pushing your elbows out is unnatural to the body. You protect your joints more and generate more strength when your shoulders are in a neutral position, not necessarily next to the torso, but certainly not jammed out to the side. This is a subject that's covered in depth in Chapter 10 of the Convict Conditioning Manual. The take-home message is that during pull-ups, you should allow your elbows to go where they want. This will probably be fairly close to your body, with your elbows pointing out front or diagonal. This kind of position is more natural. When you are doing any pulling or pushing movement, don't force your elbows out to the side. Allow them to go where they naturally want to go, which will be closer to the torso. Every exercise has its own unique pattern of movement and cessation of movement. Moving the body weight through space is an ideal way to build muscle and power, but holding your position briefly is a good way to increase static strength. In all pull-up movements, you're stronger at the top position with your chin over the bar. This is what a top hold looks like. All your pulling muscles are contracted here, so it makes sense to pause for a 1 count. You don't need to squeeze, tense, or perform any other artificial nonsense like that. Just hold at the top and your body will do the rest. The bottom position of the pull-up with straight arms is the hardest. Your muscles are always at their weakest when extended, as any wrestler will tell you. So when you reach the bottom of a rep, make sure you don't bounce and that all the momentum is gone from your motion. But don't get into the habit of just hanging there. All this will do is drain your energy and make the next rep harder. Hold for a 1 count at the top and only pause for a split second to reverse your direction at the bottom of all your pull-ups. This last commandment is not about pull-up technique. It's just a fact of reality all pull-up guys have to face at some point. Some strength athletes can be pretty fat, carrying 30, 50, or even more excess pounds of body weight. In some cases, these guys could move pretty heavy weights, but they'd still be better athletes, faster and stronger at lighter weights. Bulking up is not something a calisthenics master wants or needs to do. This is most easy to see when you look at an exercise like pull-ups. Excess body weight is a total drag and devastates your performance levels. You can learn to do a 1-leg squat if you are carrying extra weight, and maybe even a 1-arm push-up. But if you are fat and want to become great at pull-ups, you can forget it. This is because during pull-ups, your body has to lift its entire weight. Every extra pound has to come along for the ride. As a result, if you're overweight, training alone is not enough to get you to a high level in the pull-up movement. Training and fat loss methods have to go hand in hand. Even losing just 10 pounds of blubber will make a big difference to your performance, not just in pull-up workouts, but for all your body weight exercises. Pay attention to those scales. Step 1. Vertical pulls. Vertical pulls are a gentle exercise. They are designed for beginners or athletes coming back to calisthenics from shoulder, elbow, or bicep injuries or surgery. This exercise very gently conditions the muscles and soft tissues of the biceps, forearms, and the rear of the shoulder girdle. It increases blood flow and loosens a tight upper back and shoulders. If you are new to calisthenics, or if your pull-ups leave a lot to be desired, this technique is a great way to learn the correct pulling groove required for strong pull-ups. It will teach you how to use your pulling muscles in perfect unison under a light load. Basic posture. For this exercise, you need a vertical base to grip onto. The edge of a door frame, bars, or railings are good options. Stand close to the base with your feet together. Grip the vertical base with both hands at around chest height. Negative. Exhale as you smoothly shift your body weight back. Continue tilting back until your body is diagonal and your arms are nearly straight. You should feel a gentle stretch in your upper back. Hold this position for a 1 count. Positive. Pull yourself back by contracting your shoulder blades and bending your arms. Stop when your body is vertical again. Pause at the top before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps, vertical pulls. This should be an exercise most people can explore safely, but it can be made easier or harder by varying your foot position. The further out your feet, the more gentle the exercise. Progression levels. Vertical pulls. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 20, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 20, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 40 before moving to step 2. Step 2. Horizontal pulls. Once your body has adapted to vertical pulls, it's time to make your pulling workouts harder. You can easily do this by taking more weight through the hands, and this is achieved by increasing the angle of the body by gripping a horizontal base. Horizontal pulls are not as difficult as regular hanging pull-ups because some of your body's weight is traveling through the heels. But because the difficulty of this technique depends on the angle of your body, you can modify this exercise to accommodate a wide variety of difficulty levels, depending on the height of the horizontal base you are pulling from. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll need a horizontal base to pull up towards. A bar set between 2 pieces of furniture at chest height is a good option. Grip the horizontal base with both hands at around shoulder width. Position yourself diagonally under the base with your arms bent so that your chest touches the base. Negative. Smoothly lower yourself back down until your arms are nearly straight. Keep your shoulders tight at all times. Eliminate momentum at the bottom before going back up. Positive. Pull yourself up by contracting your shoulder blades and bending your arms. Keep your body totally straight as you move. Stop when your chest touches the bar. Hold this position for a 1 count before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps, horizontal pulls. Pulling from a bar at sternum height is about right for this exercise, but as you become stronger, you can use lower bases. Strong athletes can perform this exercise for high reps from hip height bases such as tabletops, but going this low isn't necessary. Progression levels. Horizontal pulls. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 20, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 20, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 30 before moving to step 3. Step 3. Jackknife pull-ups. Once they've mastered horizontal pulls, athletes should begin working with more basic hanging pulls with the torso straight. The most useful of these is the jackknife pull or pull-up. This is similar to a regular pull-up, but performed with the feet up on an object while in a jackknife position. Putting your feet on something allows you to assist yourself with a pull-up by pushing down through the legs. but the jackknife position limits the amount of cheating you can do, which forces you to work harder and will make your pull-ups stronger. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll need a high horizontal bar and a bench, table, or object high enough to rest your feet on. Grip the bar with a shoulder-width grip. Begin at the top with your arms bent and your chin over the bar. Swing your legs up onto the lower object so that your heels can rest on it. Negative. Slowly lower yourself back down until your arms are nearly straight and you're in the jackknife position. In this position, your torso should be vertical, legs horizontal. Keep your shoulders tight at all times. Eliminate momentum at the bottom before going back up. Positive. Smoothly pull yourself up by bending at the shoulders and arms. Push down through your heels to help lift your body up. Stop when your chin passes over the bar. Hold this position for a 1 count before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps. Jackknife pull-ups. You can make this exercise easier or harder as required by pushing more or less through the feet. Putting the heels on a lower base tends to make the exercise easier because you can use the legs more. It's harder to push through the feet when the body is at an acute angle. Progression levels. Jackknife pull-ups. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 10 reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 15, add a second set of 10. Build up to 2 sets of 15, then add a third set of 10. From there, work up to 3 sets of 20 before moving to step 4. Step 4. Half pull-ups. Once you've learned to perform jackknife pull-ups for the progression standard, your back, shoulders, and arms will be strong enough to pull your body weight without any further support from the lower body. Unfortunately, many trainees move on to full-range pull-ups and discover that, although they have gained in power, they are still not quite strong enough to comfortably pull themselves out of the long arm bottom position of the standard full pull-up. In half pull-ups, you only descend halfway down until your arms are halfway bent. The body is very strong in this position, so half pull-ups allow you to continue gaining muscle and power in the pull-up series without becoming stuck in the difficult bottom position of full pull-ups. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll need a sturdy horizontal bar. Jump up and grip the bar with a shoulder-width grip. Set yourself at the top position with your chin over the bar. Your feet should be looped behind you and clear of the ground. Negative. Slowly lower yourself back down until your arms are halfway straight. Only go low enough that your arms are bent at right angles and your upper arms parallel to the floor. Pause briefly in the bent arm position before going back up. Positive. Smoothly pull yourself up by bending at the shoulders and arms. Don't kick or jerk your legs. Keep your lower body as still as possible. Stop when your chin passes over the bar. Hold this position for a 1 count before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps. Half pull-ups. If half pull-ups are too difficult to perform correctly, reduce your range of motion. Work on quarter-range pull-ups until you get strong enough to go halfway down and back under control. Progression levels. Half pull-ups. From now on, you'll be dropping volume and focusing more on strength. Begin this exercise with 1 set of 8 and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform a strict set of 11, add a second set of 8. Build up to 2 sets of 15 before moving on to step 5. Step 5. Full pull-ups. Full pull-ups are the classic upper back exercise practiced for muscle and strength since ancient times. Unfortunately, fewer people than ever can perform this exercise due to growing obesity and lack of strength in the modern generation. But if you followed the course up until this point, your tendons and muscles will be strong enough to allow you to attempt it successfully. Pull-ups are an important exercise to spend time on if you want to be strong. Pull-ups not only blow up the large lat muscles of the back, they also build powerful biceps and forearms. They are also a very functional movement. Warriors, soldiers, and special forces athletes all concentrate on this exercise during training because pulling the body weight up is an essential survival strength skill. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll need a horizontal bar high enough to hang from while keeping your feet clear of the ground. Take hold of the bar with straight arms and a shoulder-width grip. Jump up and set yourself at the top position with your chin over the bar. Keep your body braced and your shoulders tight at all times. Your feet should be looped behind you and clear of the ground. Negative. Slowly lower yourself back down until your arms are nearly straight. Eliminate momentum at the bottom before going back up. Positive. Smoothly pull yourself back up by bending at the shoulders and arms. Don't kick or jerk your legs. Keep your lower body as still as possible. Stop when your chin passes over the bar. Hold this position for a 1 count before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps. Full pull-ups. If you have mastered half pull-ups, but deep pull-ups are just too difficult, return to half pull-ups, step 4, and begin gradually increasing your range of motion over time. Progression levels. Full pull-ups. Begin your full pull-ups training with 1 set of 5 strict reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 8 strict reps, add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 10 reps before moving on to step 6, close pull-ups. Step 6, close pull-ups. Many athletes fail to move beyond the full pull-up because their arm flexors, the biceps and forearm muscles, are too weak to attempt more advanced variations of the exercise. For this reason, once you have mastered the full pull-up, the best next step is to spend some time strengthening these areas. This is where close pull-ups come in. Placing your hands close together on any exercise places biomechanical limitations on the muscles of the shoulders and torso, and as a result, close grip compound exercises shift much of the workload onto the arms, making these areas much stronger. A course of close pull-ups will give you the bicep and forearm size and power you need to tackle the more difficult transitional and unilateral pull-ups which come later in the program. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll need the same horizontal bar height you used for full pull-ups. Take hold of the bar with straight arms and a close grip. Ideally, your hands should be touching or nearly touching. Begin at the top position with your arms bent and your chin over the bar. Keep your body braced and your shoulders tight at all times. Your feet should be looped behind you and clear of the ground. Negative. Slowly lower yourself back down until your arms are almost straight. Eliminate momentum at the bottom before going back up. Positive. Smoothly pull yourself up by bending at the shoulders and arms. Don't kick or jerk your legs. Keep your lower body as still as possible. Stop when your chin passes over the bar. Hold this position for a 1 count before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps. Close pull-ups. It's very easy to tailor the difficulty of this exercise to suit your needs. If the jump from full pull-ups to close pull-ups is too extreme, just bring your hands in by an inch or so every time you train. This is a great way to gradually work into close pull-ups. Progression levels. Close pull-ups. Start working with this exercise using 1 set of 5 strict reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 8 good reps, it's time to add a second set of 5. Build up to 2 sets of 10 reps before moving on to the next step. Step 7. Uneven pull-ups. Pull-up programs so far will have conditioned all your back muscles, and a course of close pull-ups will have done a lot to make your arm flexors more powerful. But so far we've been hanging from 2 hands. If you want to progress further towards one-arm work, you'll need to train your fingers and grip so that you can hold your body weight comfortably while hanging from just 1 hand. Uneven pull-ups are an exercise which allows an athlete to hang from a single hand, while still getting some assistance in the actual lift from the opposite arm. As a result, uneven pull-ups make for a perfect transitional exercise prior to moving on to pure unilateral or one-arm pull-up exercises. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll need a high horizontal bar. Grab the bar with a fairly close underhand grip and jump up until you're in the top position with your chin over the bar. Release the bar with one hand and with that hand firmly grasp your opposite wrist. Despite the unsymmetrical position, still keep your shoulders tight. Your feet should be looped behind you and clear of the ground. Negative. Slowly lower yourself back down until both arms are nearly straight. Eliminate momentum at the bottom before going back up. Positive. Smoothly lift yourself up by pulling hard with both arms. Try not to kick or jerk your legs. Keep your lower body as still as possible. Stop when your chin passes over the bar. Hold this position for a 1 count before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps. Uneven pull-ups. To make this exercise easier, you can begin by looping your supporting hand over the top of the hand which is gripping the bar. This variation makes for a smoother transition from close pull-ups. Move your support hand down to your wrist as you get used to the movement. Progression levels. Uneven pull-ups. With this step, we are moving towards more pure strength work, so we'll be using lower reps. Start this exercise with 1 set of 5 strict reps and gradually add reps as you get stronger. When you can perform 7 strict reps, add a second set of 5, build to 2 sets of 9. Step 8. Half one-arm pull-ups. Once you've mastered uneven pull-ups, you have graduated to the point where you can seriously explore one-handed pull-up variations. At this stage, it's a good idea to begin using partial exercises to allow your back, arm, and tendon strength to develop. The fundamental exercises to learn are quarter one-arm pull-ups, eventually working up to half one-arm pull-ups as your strength increases. For this step, we'll skip ahead and discuss half one-arm pull-ups. As well as building huge strength and muscle, this exercise will also teach you the unique body positioning skills required for true one-arm pull-ups. Because this exercise doesn't work your muscles in the stretched position, it's a good idea to finish any partial or half pull-up workout with 1 or 2 sets of a full pull-up movement, such as regular or close pull-ups. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll need the horizontal bar high. Pull yourself to the top of a pull-up using 2 hands, then place 1 hand behind your back. Your feet should be looped behind you and clear of the ground. Negative. Begin to slowly lower yourself down. Lower yourself until your arm is bent halfway, about a right angle at the elbow, and hold it there. Eliminate momentum at the bottom before going back up. Positive. Smoothly pull yourself back up using only the one arm. Some kipping with the legs is permissible now. Stop when your chin passes over the bar. Hold this position for a 1 count before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps. Half one-arm pull-ups. Athletes are advised to begin working with quarter one-arm pull-ups in the top range and add depth over time. Just add a fraction of an inch of depth whenever you can, and before too long you'll achieve the correct range of motion required for half one-arm pull-ups. Progression levels. Half one-arm pull-ups. You should shoot for 4 reps of this exercise before you begin working with it seriously. Add a rep to your work set whenever you can until you can perform 6 reps. At that point, add a second set of 4. Build up to 2 sets of 8 reps before moving on to step 9, assisted pull-ups. Step 9, assisted one-arm pull-ups. If you have met the progression standard for this last step, you are already expert in the top half of the one-arm pull-up. Unfortunately, due to the physics of leverage, the bottom half of all pull-up movements are exponentially harder than the top half. For this reason, you can be very good at top half one-arm pull-ups, yet be completely unable to perform a full one-arm pull-up, because the bottom half of the movement is just too difficult. It makes logical progressive sense that the next step of this series should train the athlete in the bottom range of motion. Assisted one-arm pull-ups do this. They allow you to perform full one-arm pull-ups with some assist from your non-pulling arm, but only in the bottom position. This method will allow you to work through the bottom half without straining your tendons, while still completing the top half without help. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll return to the high horizontal bar. Throw a towel or piece of rope over the bar above the side where your non-working arm would be. Pull yourself to the top of a pull-up using 2 hands, then take one of your hands away from the bar, positioning it next to the towel or rope. Your feet should be looped behind you and clear of the ground. Negative. Without holding the towel or rope, lower yourself back down until your working arm is straight or close to straight. Pause very briefly at the bottom to take hold of the towel or rope. Positive. For the first half of the upwards movement, pull hard with your working arm and assist yourself by pulling on the towel with your opposite arm. Once your arm is halfway bent, release the towel and complete the pull-up one-handed. Stop when your chin passes over the bar. Hold this position for a 1 count before repeating the exercise. Hidden steps. Assisted one-arm pull-ups. This movement is very variable because the amount of assistance you give yourself is totally up to you. You can ease yourself into this exercise by pulling down on the rope or towel with a fairly bent arm. Over time, you should try to straighten out your arm. This will give you more of a feeling of pushing down and making the exercise much harder. Progression levels. Assisted one-arm pull-ups. Begin your training in this exercise with 1 set of 3 strict reps and gradually add reps from workout to workout. When you can perform 5 strict reps, add a second set of 3. Build up to 2 sets of 7 reps before moving on to step 10, full one-arm pull-ups. Step 10, master step, one-arm pull-ups. The final step of this series is the infamous one-arm pull-up. This is the master step of all pull-ups. There's a good reason for this. Only a handful of individuals in the world are capable of performing one-arm pull-ups. Once you get to this level, you'll be one of the greatest exponents of bodyweight training on the planet. You'll have a back as proportionately powerful as an Olympic champion, and your grip and biceps will be strong enough to rip the average bodybuilder's arm off in an arm wrestling match. Getting to this stage requires years of consistent training, competent injury prevention, extremely hard work, dedication, and very low body fat. But it can be done, and often by genetically quite average, drug-free athletes. Basic posture. For this exercise, you'll need the horizontal bar high. Pull yourself to the top of a pull-up using two hands, then place one hand behind your back. Your feet should be looped behind you and clear of the ground. Negative. Slowly lower yourself back down until your arm is almost straight but slightly kinked at the elbow. Reverse your motion as quickly as you can at the bottom. Positive. Pull yourself up by pulling hard with your working arm. Kipping the legs is permissible during this exercise to gain some beginning momentum. Stop when your chin passes over the bar. Hold the top position for a 1 count. For ease of reference, let's take a look at the 10 steps of the pull-up series altogether. Step 1, vertical pulls. Build to 3 sets of 40, then begin step 2, horizontal pulls. Build to 3 sets of 30, then move to step 3, jackknife pull-ups. Build to 3 sets of 20, then begin step 4, half pull-ups. Build to 2 sets of 15, then move to step 5, full pull-ups. Build to 2 sets of 10, then begin step 6, close pull-ups. Build to 2 sets of 10, then start step 7, uneven pull-ups. Build to 2 sets of 9, then move to step 8, half one-arm pull-ups. Build to 2 sets of 8, then go to step 9, assisted one-arm pull-ups. Build to 2 sets of 7, then finally advance to step 10. You've reached the master step, one-arm pull-ups. Cell 3, the variance. If you get to the stage where you can do a one-arm pull-up, you've reached a world-class status of strength. As far as pulling power goes, you'll have all you need. But that doesn't mean there aren't other great exercises for you to pick up. We're going to show you a few movements which fall outside the 10 steps, but which can potentially really enhance your workouts if you use them right. All the DVDs in this series contain some variant exercises for you to explore. But don't get too caught up by the term variance. In the convict conditioning system, athletes are encouraged to really master a few exceptional exercises they can use alongside the fundamental movement types. These are not meant to replace push-ups, pull-ups, or whatever, and they're not meant to be exact replicas which work the same way. If these exercises worked exactly the same as pull-ups, there'd be no point learning them. You'd be repeating yourself. But it's always good to know a few extra movements for variety, to build explosive power or fresh muscle. Let's look at some more moves. Clapping pull-ups. Most of the convict conditioning exercises are performed to build pure strength without momentum. But it's always good to have mastered an explosive version of any movement in case you want to work on your speed and power. Pull-ups are no exception. Just as the basic plyometric version of the push-up is the clapping push-up, it's true that the most fundamental speed and power drill for pull-ups is clapping pull-ups. Clapping pull-ups work exactly as they sound. you perform a pull-up and you clap your hands at the top. To get the momentum to do this, you really need to be explosive. Pull yourself up as high and hard as you can, and don't be afraid of kipping your legs and swinging your body as you go. The best plyo exercises tend to be total body explosions. Training ideas. If you want to build explosive power, the best way is to work on quality, not quantity. When you train clapping pull-ups, do it when you're fresh, not exhausted, and try to get the most powerful, crisp reps you can. When your form starts to break down, take a rest. A few sets of 3 to 5 really explosive reps will charge up your nervous system much better than a set of 20 reps, when most of them are slow and sluggish. Dips. The first alternative to pull-ups we're going to show you is the traditional dip. Dips don't look like pull-ups. You press your body up rather than pull it. But because, as for pull-ups, the force is going laterally straight down, you work the big torso muscles, the lats, in a similar way. Whereas pull-ups primarily work the lats, back, and biceps, dips work the lats, pecs, and triceps. Once you're using body weight, pull-ups and dips are a classic combination to pack a huge amount of muscle on the torso and arms. Dips can be done on parallel bars or even using the backs of 2 chairs if they're sturdy enough. Training ideas. Dips are a great finishing exercise after pull-ups because they help you train your lats even after your biceps are fried. Just grit your teeth and push out as many as you can. If you want to focus on the exercise to build strength, you can start progressively with your feet up on something to make things easier. Build your reps before allowing your feet to hang down to get your joints used to the exercise. You can make dips harder by using a wider grip or adding weight, but it's more sensible to just perfect your form over time to make things harder. Use a good range of motion and eliminate momentum, and bodyweight dips will challenge even strong guys. Reverse planche. It's always good to have a static variant in your box of tricks for every movement you do. The pull-up is no different. The best static movement you can do for your upper back and pulling muscles is sometimes called the reverse planche in jails. On the outside, it's more commonly known as a front lever. The goal of the reverse planche is to hang from a bar with your arms straight and your body horizontal. This takes a lot of training. To get there, you need to take small steps. Athletes should begin to learn this hold in the easiest position with bent legs tucked in over your chest, like this. This bent leg position is sometimes called the tuck position. Start off by holding this position for as long as you can. Even if you have great arm and back pulling strength from pull-ups, you'll find it takes your trunk muscles a little while to gain the strength to lock your legs in place. When this beginner version gets easy, start to unfold your legs. Soon you'll be able to hold the position with your knees a little way out from your chest. Then beyond your elbows but still bent. When that gets easy, try straightening your legs out some more. Eventually you'll be able to straighten your body fully and achieve a perfect reverse planche, like this. Once you become comfortable in this advanced stage, you can even do pull-ups from this position if you want. That's a pretty impressive sight you won't see in most gyms. The reverse planche requires a lot of strength in the back muscles, joints, and trunk. It can take years to learn perfectly. The key, as with all bodyweight feats of strength, lies in breaking the technique up into manageable progressions. Do this with the reverse planche, and you'll master it quicker than athletes who try to jump straight in without a plan. Progression is king in all bodyweight movements. Sentry pull-ups. When you get to the stage where you can perform clapping pull-ups and dips quite well, you might want to consider a very advanced upper body exercise which combines both these great moves. You go for an explosive pull-up, but instead of clapping at the top, you flip your elbows up so that they are above the bar and push your body up from there, like a dip. This exercise is called the sentry pull-up in a lot of prisons, but it's usually known as the muscle-up on the outside. Training ideas. The sentry pull-up is an incredible move. It generates explosive power in the trunk and upper body and builds huge strength in every single muscle of the torso and arms. It's also incredibly functional. You're really doing something impressive with your body. When you can perform a few good sentry pull-ups, you really are hanging with the big guys. You'll be approaching elite-level bodyweight ability. There you have it, every technique and nuance you need for a lifetime of pull-up training. Now you just need to put it into practice. There are plenty of routine and programming ideas in the Convict Conditioning Manual. The forum at dragondoor.com is also a #1 resource for all things convict conditioning. But if you want to become a master of the one-arm pull-up, you'll want to know how to train for the opposite antagonistic move so you can train every single muscle in your upper body to perfection. We're talking about the one-arm handstand push-up. That's the subject of the 6th and final DVD of the Convict Conditioning series, Beyond Power, the one-arm handstand push-up series. Enjoy, and until next time, keep doing those pull-ups.